Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Game Junk podcast for December 2015. This is episode number 27, and my name is Sean.
And my name is Frank.
And my name is Andrew.
And we've got two very special guests joining us this week, this month, this whatever it is. First of all, we'd like to welcome back to the show Mr. Dax Gordine.
Sorry, it was mid-sip. Hey, what's up?
Biggest Star Wars fan on the planet.
Giantest Star Wars fan ever.
So we're going to be talking Battlefront.
And back-to-back episodes.
Yeah, that's true.
Game Junk
Oh, yeah, that's right.
On the last one.
Yeah, we did the Batman. That was fun. That was a good one.
And we'd also like to welcome back from the Film Junk podcast, Mr. Jay Chill. Welcome back, Jay.
Oh, well, thank you, Sean, for having me, and I'm looking forward to talking about some serious gaming. Now,
you were on the Last of Us review. Is that the last time you were on the show?
Yes. Yeah.
So just, a huge episode. And I know people are excited to hear you talk games again.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think... You strike me as a guy, Jay, who doesn't play many video games. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yeah. You'd be correct. Recently, I was playing more games because I had discovered that when I was on my exercise bike, playing games rather than watching movies would make the time go by faster.
Interesting.
So I beat Mega Man 2 in that way, which I will talk to in great detail when we get to what we played. But my exercise bike is broken. So now my gaming has dramatically decreased.
Well, time to get a Nintendo Power Pad, man.
Well, I've got an exercise bike arriving at my house tomorrow morning, actually. So
that's good then.
Yeah. I'll be back into gaming.
Nice. So I guess it has been a little while since the last episode. I'm sure it's not our longest break in between episodes, but we should just, if it's your first time listening, we have a Twitter account at Game Junk Podcast. We also have a Facebook page, facebook.com/GameJunk. And we do post news occasionally through there, and any updates or information about the show can be found there. And you can email us with questions and comments at gamejunkpodcast@gmail.com. And we'll be getting to some of your junk mail later on in the show. So we do usually kick things off with news, but I think we've decided that it's probably going to be a longer show anyway, and nothing too important to mention. The Game Awards just happened, so that's something you can go watch. You can discuss what your favorite game of the year was. I assume we'll be doing our next show potentially some sort of best of the year. Depending on, I don't even know if I played enough games. Are the
Game Awards something you need to watch, or do you just go look up what list of winners and then look at the nominees and see Rise of the Tomb Raider isn't even nominated for Game of the Year and say this is a biased joke? Why am I even looking at this and taking it with any shred of credibility?
Man, there's like musical performances, there's celebrity presenters. You got to watch that shit.
Yeah, sure.
But it is kind of, they're still trying to make this like a big thing, like the Oscars for video games, and I don't think it's quite working, but...
I must say I enjoyed last year's show more than this year's show.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How come?
I can't put my finger on anything in particular, but just an overall feeling. I think maybe last year's show was more novel because it was new. I felt like they had more video game presenters up there that I didn't expect. Like I know like Nintendo and I think it was Sony or Microsoft. One of them wasn't there, but like Nintendo and let's say Sony was on the same stage at the same kind of time in the show. Normally that doesn't happen. Kind of they're segregated into their own shows, right? Like at E3 and stuff.
Right.
But this year they did the same thing as well, so it wasn't anything new. I guess last year I just wasn't expecting some of the stuff they did.
So I guess we can mention quickly, though, Game of the Year was The Witcher 3, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so.
Is everybody in agreement with that choice?
100%.
I haven't played it, don't intend to play it, but I hear it's great.
I echo that completely. I have not played and heard the same thing.
So I guess Frank and Huxley, it's up to you guys.
I've played Probably only 4 or 5 hours.
And I played maybe 3.
Not my game of the year, that's for sure.
Interesting.
Your game of the year has jiggle bone titties, doesn't it?
Well, maybe yes.
Yes, it does.
But it's not the game you're thinking of, I don't think.
Well,
I have a feeling I know what my game of the year will be, but I need to give it a little more time over the holidays.
and you're not going to let it slip for the listeners right now, are you?
Well, there's only 2 games that would have jiggle bone titties.
There's a new Dead or Alive volleyball game? Is that?
What's the other one?
Metal Gear Solid 5.
Oh,
The Phantom Pain.
I didn't know there was a girl in that.
All right. Well,
Has there ever been a flat-chested female video game character?
That's a good point. I would probably say no, Jay.
No.
well, I mean, maybe this is going into awkward territory, but the girl from The Last of Us.
Oh my god.
She's a kid.
Sean.
I know, but you're asking me if
No,
that's
no.
This guy's fucked up.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
messed
saying,
up.
like these
What about-
things exist.
What
It's
about
not-
Uncharted? Isn't
Yeah,
Elena
Elena's not,
not huge?
That's true.
and she's
In
a
that
beautiful
department.
woman.
Okay, let's
That's a
move
good
on.
example. Just saying,
Thanks-
there are
thanks,
examples
Jay.
of non-sexualized women in video games. Not a ton of them, but there are some. Okay, so I think we're gonna get to our review of Star Wars Battlefront, but we do have a hot button topic that's going to tie into this, which kind of is something we've talked about a little bit before, but the idea of the game critic and whether or not value factors into game reviews, whether or not it does for us, whether or not it should in general. And I think that is something that people are talking about with regards to Battlefront.
Just to clarify, monetary value.
Well, monetary value or gameplay time, I guess.
Okay.
But that's not as applicable to Battlefront, maybe. But so why don't we just kick things off? Let's just go around the room, because we've all played Battlefront, we've all played it together online, and it was definitely a pretty highly anticipated release for a lot of people. So why don't we start over here with Jay?
Oh my gosh, Sean!
Kick it off. What is your
It's a
take
lot of
on
pressure.
Battlefront?
Oh, we're review. This isn't the hot button.
No, this is
Oh.
this is Battlefront to start with.
Well, I mean, I can say, I'm sure everybody will say that it looks great.
Yes.
The graphics are wonderful, and for me, I would say graphics are an important thing as a gamer. When I buy a Xbox One, I want games to look beautiful. And
You're going to spend the money on the system.
right.
You want to use it to its fullest.
Right. And I would say this looks great. I will say it gets a little repetitive in terms of its look. The Tatooine levels, it's a lot of rocks, and the Hoth level is a lot of snow. And it's almost like when you enter a cave, you're just like, oh, this looks amazing. Thank God. Getting sick of all the white. But it's definitely not a game for me. I mean, I am not an online multiplayer, and the idea of, I guess one, and this is I assume the thing everybody talks about, no campaign,
Right.
which for me is important because I don't play online games. But fair enough, there's no campaign. So let's just look at the online multiplayer. Even with that, there aren't very many levels, and the variations of the gameplay seem to be the same thing. It seems to be hold, a droid, hold a
Cargo drop pod.
cargo pod, hold whatever for as long as you can, and then build up, 4 out of 6 or whatever, and you win.
Right.
And it's just variations on that. And
Which, to be fair, that is the kind of the Battlefield style of gameplay for previous Battlefield games, which is what
Battlefront.
this is. Yeah, well, but this is based on Battlefield, right?
Yeah, it's the battle. I mean, it is by. Didn't EA do Battlefield? That's their big claim to
DICE.
fame, right? Or DICE, yeah.
Yeah.
well, either way, wherever it comes from, it's the same thing over and over again.
Right.
And for someone who doesn't play a lot of multiplayer online games, there's a learning curve. It's really not fun when you're just going out there and being killed over and over again. Yeah. And I find it interesting that there's, at least with a campaign, you can adjust for skill. You can take things as slow as you'd like or as fast as you'd like. You can redo things until you get it right. There's a satisfaction in accomplishing things because you're progressing through a story. Even if the story isn't great, you're rewarded by seeing the next level or by gaining some weapon or whatever. With this, the main reward is like a social, I was the number one killer or whatever.
Right.
And, my rankings go up and
you do unlock better weapons and power-ups and
which
things.
is also brutal because you're dropped into a map with somebody who has a weapon that can kill you in one shot. And then I discovered that it's a weapon that could have been purchased by people. So you're dropped into, not only am I inexperienced, but I'm being dropped into people who are experienced, who have weapons that can kill me immediately because they paid for them, and I didn't. Is that not the case?
Tis the curse of the shooter.
Well, not that they paid for them necessarily, but that they played a lot of the game.
Could you not buy the Han Solo?
You could. It was part of the deluxe package of the game.
Yeah, but even then, it's not that far superior a gun.
Yeah, it is.
It isn't.
You die with one shot.
No, I don't die with one shot. No. But it is. It's got a very high.
Blasters are balanced that way, though. They have high damage and low other categories.
Yeah, but
that's
this one,
the way it works.
No, but this one is. There's a reason why you see 80% of the people now running around with that blaster. You haven't played in a while, obviously. I played yesterday, bud.
Well,
now everybody's got a Greedo mask and a fucking hand sword.
I'm going to say this compared to other multiplayer games like Black Ops, their leveling system is so insane that you'll get killed by guys who have insane guns with every modification on it and 20 different perks, and you've just started, and you really are in the shit.
No, that's true.
In terms of other games, this is way more accessible for a casual gamer.
Right. No, I agree with that. I agree. I mean, I'm just saying the scope of it, that Han Solo blaster in this game is a strong gun. But it's not
in the right hands. In the right hands.
Yeah, obviously. But I'm just saying I understand what Jay's saying.
Yeah, I mean, back to this game, I find that you have to put in a certain amount of time in order to be able to even exist on the battlefield. That even, I would say after a little while, it got a little better. And, you get acclimatized to it a little more. But it's still just, you run, like the spawning points seem to be far off from where the action is, unless you're spawning with a partner, which isn't always the case. And I would find myself being killed, then respawn somewhere, and then I would run 40 seconds back to the action, be killed immediately again, respawn, and it would be just rinse and repeat.
Well, that partner thing is a little bit of trying to address that, I think.
Okay, well then I'll just get killed immediately, I guess, with a partner. But it's just the learning curve with something like this where if you start to upgrade weapons and, the more time you put in, the better weapons you get, so you're going to be able to compete with people who play this hours upon hours, is not appealing for a casual gamer. I'm not interested in investing that work to simply compete on the same level as everyone else. And for the reward of, again, speaking for me, the reward of nothing. There's no endpoint to this game. There's no progression. It's going to be the same thing over and over again.
It's for bragging rights, man.
Which I have no interest in. And
it's not for bragging rights, though. It's for the joy of playing and the drama within one match.
But the joy of playing is lost when you're getting killed over and over again.
But I guess what Frank's saying is that if you put in the time to get better, then it should potentially be more fun. But I mean, obviously, I'm kind of more in your camp on this one because I'm arguably a worse online multiplayer than you are.
Let's make it clear. I was consistently doing better than Sean.
Yeah, definitely. I got no problem with that. I was having fun for the most part. I think For me, it was starting off with those basic weapons, not knowing the maps, not even...
To me, this weapons thing is a non-issue.
Well, I found as soon as I got a sniper-ish rifle, when I was like level 5 around, I started to do a little better. Like I was comfortable.
But aren't the snipers still like an RB thing you have to use, or?
No, I mean not this particular weapon I was using.
I think he means the main blast. Like after your first blaster choice that you have, I think the second or third one that you can buy up has a bit better range or something. Okay. Yeah, and you can But I mean,
sorry, before you, I just want to say one more thing.
Yeah.
The whole system of, and you can say this is something that's been in the Battlefront system for forever. Doesn't matter to me. The whole system of collecting cards and these drops where, like, I have yet to play a game where I've actually been in a vehicle. It seems like that's reserved for a certain level of player or something, or you have to, like, I don't even understand how to get the vehicles.
Yeah,
whereas I play Halo, and they're just there. There are vehicles everywhere, naturally in the level, and all you have to do is run up to one and get in it. And other people can get in it with you, and it feels like I'll drive, you shoot, which seems like a way more interesting, accessible way to play a multiplayer game that's vehicle heavy than some weird... obscure, like, collecting cards and...
Well, I'll give you two quick things, and then we'll move on to Dax. One, I think Halo is probably, in my opinion, the best at being accessible to casual gamers in terms of first-person shooters, because they have the matchmaking and they have so many game modes that a lot of them are fun. I did think the Heroes and Villains was a little more accessible because, sometimes you get to play as somebody who's, more powerful than all the other players, so that's fun. But what was the other thing I was going to say? No, I forget.
You're talking about the coins and to get the weapon, the vehicles? Were you going to address that?
No, the vehicles again. I felt like the vehicles, and I could be wrong on this, I almost felt like the vehicles in Battlefront, as they are right now, were almost just for show, like for trailers and things. Like I feel like I played very few levels that had vehicles. If they were there, as Jay was saying, like a few other people might be driving them, but they were just kind of like very removed from me.
Have you used a vehicle in
well, just training missions, like,
but in the actual game you haven't?
No, I haven't.
I can address this. I mean, like, for me, I totally get what you're saying. I feel that the vehicles are getting these power-ups is a very kind of random thing. Like some game, like I've played a game, I think it was with Huck City, even said, oh, DG Prime, getting another vehicle. Like I got the Chicken Walker 4 times in a row. But it's literally, they spawn in random spots. So it's a little floating coin that looks like an AT-AT Walker, and you have to touch it first before anyone else does. And then you can call it in.
That in itself, why it's a floating coin... And not an actual...
Right.
Like, everything else in this game is realistic. It's photorealistic. And why they're representing vehicles as floating coins, I don't understand.
Well, for one... I mean, I do get it. With the ships, they could have done that. I don't know. Maybe people would have tried to shoot it or something. I don't know. But, for example, the AT-AT Walkers, like there's a game mode for like Walker Assault. They're actually walking continuously, AI-controlled, on a track from one area to the other. You can actually pilot those as well if you find the rare coin in the level. So they couldn't just have another AT-AT Walker sitting there for you to jump in. Like, it's basically saying you get 20 seconds to pilot this thing with this coin. So I kind of get why they're doing it that way. I do see your point as well. It's just for this game, maybe that's how they did it on Battle. No, they didn't. In Battlefield, you'd get into a plane or something like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like it's supposed to be more of a treat. Like, you temporarily get it. Like, almost like wasn't Titanfall like that? Like, you only get to be in the mechs for a certain length of time or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, but that's based off of, wasn't that based off of the amount of kills you got or something? You could call it down?
Yeah, I think it was match points or XP based before you could execute a Titanfall and use your Titan.
But, I mean, the other thing, though, is some of the vehicles just don't integrate with big combat situations. Like, a lot of the, aerial combat, like, they're removed into their own levels. Like, you don't...
No, but I was going to say that the thing for me is when you see one of those power, like I see a TIE fighter, or I see an A-wing, or the AT-ST Walker, or whatever. The frustrating thing is, like Jay, I'm not good enough at them yet. Where like people are good enough now that they're patrolling the skies up there and they never die. And the second you spawn in, you've got a missile hitting you and you explode and you're dead. And you see some asshole fly by, like A Doug 77 killed you, and it's frustrating because you barely are ever able to get into one of these things. And as soon as you do, you're getting hit by 6 missiles, and it's over. But that's just the random nature of the game. It's like sometimes you're going to kick ass in it. Like I got into one time where I was just fucking, chicken walking around, blowing guys up, saving the day, and I got into one time, started to walk, and got hit by 3 rockets and exploded, and it was just like I was mad. But
let me put it this way: if for someone who doesn't care about bragging rights or being on a scoreboard, you can just I can play the game as though it's just a game. Forget the online content, or the online aspect. I'm just playing a game. If that were a game that was just designed in that way with that sort of difficulty, that would be wouldn't it be a poorly designed game?
Like, you mean if it was a single player game and that was how often?
That same experience I've had in a single player game where I don't get to ride any vehicles, I die immediately over and over and over again on the first level.
I mean, yeah, I would think so.
But it's kind of apples to oranges. that's the multiplayer experience.
But why is it? It's the same.
That's the matchmaking.
I'm trying to get ultimately the same thing out of both. A good time.
Right.
And,
well, it does
one
take a different
is
mindset.
One is kind of designed to be, a certain difficulty and kind of dole things out a little more. The other is just you're going to be dropped in with people who know what they're doing and play for hours, and you're going to die continually. And if you want to get better, you're going to have to pay monthly.
It'd be nice if there was better matchmaking options. Like I agree with you, Jay. Now, like when we first started, it has the same problems I've found with most multiplayer games, where you start off and everyone's kind of at the same equipment. You start off, you have some people that play Halo and Black Ops and that all the time, so they're going to be better. But at least they're not winning by just having played more of the game and having the better weapons. And I really like that stage of multiplayer games. Like when you get in day 1, day 2. It's all pretty even and pretty fun. Now that the game's been out for a few weeks, like I hopped on this morning and yesterday a bit, and I'm getting killed by guys that have vast superior weapons to me. So we didn't really go into the details, but how it works is you can buy weapons as you level up. Different weapons unlock that are stronger, apparently, or they have different characteristics, like either stronger weapon, longer range, faster rate of fire, or cooldown rate, I think is the last one. But there's also little perks you can get: grenades, rocket launchers, homing shot, smoke grenade, bonus shot things, kind of things like that. And those can all be upgraded with like quite a substantial amount of money, and each kind of upgrade I think has 1 or 2 upgrades within it. Or every card, I guess, like you were saying, Jay. And now I'm getting killed by guys that have every upgrade unlocked, every weapon unlocked, and because their cards, the regular cards are white background, and the upgraded ones are like a goldy black. And I never run across people anymore that have just regular cards like I do. All of them are super upgraded to the tits. And they've all been playing 8 hours a day, all day. And I can't compete with those guys because all their shots are all powered up. And that's where these multiplayer games kind of fall down for me at this point.
It's a impossible situation in some ways, because you have this huge divide between the casual gamers and the hardcore gamers. The hardcore gamers are the ones that are going to keep giving you money. You're obviously going to cater your game towards them. But you got to find a way to get the casual gamers in there, and the partner system is one way of doing that. Like if you have a partner who's got all the perks that you mentioned, Huck City, you can start with their loadout, which is useful.
That was pretty cool.
I'm always paired with the shittiest guy.
Unfortunately, if you're paired with me, that's what you get. But that's something, I guess.
It's like it reminds me of joining a baseball league or something, and thinking, I just want to casually play some baseball for some fun. I'm going to pay $30 to join this league or whatever and pay monthly. And then you get dropped in with Major League Baseball players. And you're just like destroyed, annihilated. You and 2 other guys on the team. And then it's like, well, if you want to play this game, you got to keep up with us. We train every day. You know, we have our diets. We lift our weights. You got to be dedicated to this. And it's like, well,
that half an hour on the workout bike's not going to cut it, Jay.
Yeah. I just wanted to play casual. I am literally working out as I'm playing. But I mean, I can't do it.
It's the same thing as playing like beer league baseball or pickup hockey, and then some superstar shows up and like just doesn't understand that everybody else just wants to have fun, and they just destroy everyone, and it's not fun.
And ultimately, you're just like, well, this has ruined it. I just wanted a casual experience. But I also understand. I'm speaking from my experience with the game. I go in there, and it's not like it is keep up or keep out.
Yeah.
Is that a saying? But that still doesn't change the fact that I paid my money for the game. I paid my $1 for my month of Xbox Live. And they have not provided me with a way to enjoy the game that doesn't throw me into that scenario.
Well, the one thing I was disappointed with, and I don't know if this is something they might add, but it seems like most multiplayer games have this option. You could set up your own game. Like if you have 6 friends online, which we did, why can't we just set up a 3-on-3 match among ourselves and keep everyone else out? Like that to me would be the most fun, but they don't have that option yet.
It's not an option?
No.
I don't think so.
No, you can't. So. It's only their servers or whatever.
I would say my biggest problem, and maybe this would address some of Jay's concerns. First of all, I think I like it more than you guys. It's a game, or maybe not as much as Dax, but I agree. It's beautiful. Sound is amazing. Even when I'm dying, I'm still having fun. And I guess I like the act of dying in a multiplayer game and getting pissed and swearing and saying, "You fucking asshole, piece of shit." Like that's fun to me. I don't know. It's getting better and just whatever. I'm used to getting my ass handed to me, but when I'm successful, which happens sometimes, it's a good feeling as well. So it is like a sport in a way when you're getting better and learning the tricks, and then you play with Dax for a bit, and he tells you a couple secrets, or look over here, or like tells you something about.
I did feel like a bit of a Jedi master teaching a Padawan.
Yes.
For a little while.
And you find out, oh, these turrets are actually more useful than you think. You can use them for this.
Right.
And I do wish that there was a better source or training in game for finding that stuff out, as with most games. But the more you play, you pick up a little more and you learn. I know a lot of people who play competitive multiplayer will say the big thing is knowing the maps and getting used to them, knowing where things are.
Those jag-offs that fucking stand that jetpack somehow up on top of the AT-AT and just fucking peg people off. I just want to shit kick every one of those bastards.
And I'm sure there's stuff like that and things that need to get fixed and balanced that, the thing they're not anticipating shit like that.
No, I agree. And there's always going to be people, I mean, with multiplayer stuff, people exploit things. Like, it's just the way it works, right? But I'm going to jump in and say, I mean, I agree with everything you guys have been saying, but I'm going to take this up to the fun factor level part of the conversation. I want to start by saying that 6-man, 7-man group thing we had going on was the most fun I've ever had on a console. We had a great time. The Junkers would have loved it. It was like literally all of us here plus another couple of friends. Bus was there, right?
Yeah, and someone else.
Chin was there too.
Oh, and DeRoche.
And DeRoche, that's right, yeah. So we had a great old time. I was a little frustrated because at that time, since been fixed with a $200 TV stand table that I now have my internet plugged directly into my machine, so I have flawless Battlefront now. But I was going off my Wi-Fi, so I was doing a little bit of the on the screen.
It was the only time we had a chance against you.
No, but it was. I had a blast with all you guys on there, and it was a lot of fun. I think that is the multiplayer experience that I think that they're going for, and that there's always going to be the jack-offs that are amazing, and you see them at the top of the list with 28 kills every game, and you're just like, do you do anything else? But whatever. I am definitely somewhere in between where I do get the joy out of it, like Frank says. I have games where I'm great, and then I have games where I'm going, fuck you. And I have a lot of games where I'm saying things like common things that you'll hear out of my studio office will be like, oh yeah, right, like that didn't hit you, or
what are you kidding me? I hit the guy fucking 6 times in the head.
It's like, oh yeah, really? I say that a lot. Oh yeah, really? So yeah, I tend to get a little frustrated sometimes. I envy people like Frank or whatever that can laugh it off and kind of, because that's the only thing that makes me not enjoy a multiplayer game is the rage that I do tend to get when I get killed by somebody, because you can see the other person on the other end going, oh yeah, I just fucking killed you. So
that's the worst. See, I think you're wrong. I that's what makes me even more mad. It's that they don't say, oh yeah, I just killed you. They're like, yeah, another day at work. They don't even care. You're nothing to them. It's like the bully in high school where the stories where you meet up with them and you met, it was nothing. They don't even remember who you were. It was just this act, and that's what it is to them. They're just taking care of business.
I hear you.
It's like, oh yeah, well,
but
another day at the office.
I think the game absolutely beautiful. I spent all day yesterday on Jakku, the new planet or new map.
How's that?
Woo! It is a feast.
Any spoilers for the new movie?
FFVII? No, it is. It's just kind of like what you'd expect from the trailer. Like it just has a lot of crashed frigates and ships and Star Destroyers and a lot of debris for you to hide behind. Nice. It is a big open sandy dune, gorgeous,
lots of hills and valleys,
and it's like it's kind of like whatchamacallit, Revenge of the Jedi, whatever the third movie was with Anakin and all them, where they're having the big battle over Coruscant. So there's still that all going. If you look up, you can actually just sit and look in the sky and see ships falling and burning and crashing, and like there's constantly barraging coming down on the field that doesn't actually kill you. It's just for if this game does anything right, it's like the ambiance, the sound, really makes you feel like you're in a battle, like in a Star Wars battle.
Definitely captures that aspect.
And I never actually got to say the one thing that actually bothered me about it, and I think it might speak to what Jay was saying about dying every 2 seconds. And it is, I think there are more play modes that are. We tended to play in the 40-player turn things like
those
Supremacy
are definitely my
and
least
Walker,
favorite.
And that's where you die all the time. Like I have way more fun just playing conventional Blast, which is your typical deathmatch shooter. Or
what are we talking
about? Smaller maps, because you are running for. I mean, I agree 100% with Jay. Like there will be games where the games where you're playing well, you're getting your 20 kills. You're like alive for a lot longer. But there are, I spent some yesterday, like where you're running from your spawn point. Sniped in the side of the head by a guy who just managed to get around you, and then you're doing it all again, and you keep going towards. Yeah. It's like you never make it to the points where you're supposed to capture. You're just like running back.
I don't care about dying. Like I expect to die over and over again. I'm fine with that. But it's like when you have to run 10 minutes just to get to the action, then you die, then you do it all over again. That sucks.
But that being said, I do enjoy some of the smaller maps more. What I wish was there is a random playlist.
Yeah,
where you can only pick right now one type of game, and
random play mode, not really map.
Right? Yeah. So
map and
it would just switch between. Oh, now you're playing Supremacy. Now you're playing Walker. Now you're playing Blast, and you didn't have to reinitiate this process of picking a new game mode, and it was keeping it fresh by just moving you from a different type of game to a different type of game, and maybe like smaller versions of Supremacy or Blast for. Just like I think the reason why they can't do that is because some game modes require 40 people, some require 6, and like coordinating that, you'd end up cycling between a few of the same things anyway.
So one thing we haven't, about game modes, but the one game mode and thing we haven't talked about is that some of the drops you can get are actually to become the heroes or villains. Right. So you can either be Luke, Leia, or Han for the Rebels, or you could be Vader, the Emperor, or Boba Fett. And those guys come with their own special thing. Your health doesn't recharge, but you have more health overall. You have like special weapons, and each one has their own little perks and, neck crush and force choke, whatever you call it, and lightsaber throw.
Let's be real. That's all I hunt for on the map. And like I said, I think there've been it's a very random thing where like sometimes in a match I won't see a hero pick up for like 10 matches, and then I'll play it 3 times in one game just because I happen to stumble into them. And it's fun, but at the same time it's frustrating because I love playing those characters. Like I'm always Vader or Luke because I gotta have a lightsaber, right? So I'm a big lightsaber head, in case you didn't know. But because you don't get a lot of time to practice, right?
Yeah,
you get pissed because you last 2 minutes because you get ganked by a whole bunch of grenades and stuff like that, and it's like, well, fuck. And then you see some Jagoff running around for the entire game as Luke Skywalker just bunny hopping around, and you're just like, how do I get better at this? You know? But this takes me to one of my favorite events of that night that we had, going back to our 8-man game-a-thon night. Who remembers when we were playing our heroes and villains? Yep. And Jay, when he would manage to grab a hero, and then he'd die, and we'd hear the patented Jay, "Ah, shit!" Those were some good times. We have some good chuckles over that.
Yeah, Jay was getting pretty worked up.
He was getting pretty worked up.
I will say that, you know, I'm a casual gamer, if that, and there are things with video games that I will not stand for. One of them is learning. I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to learn. When I play a video game, I want it to be purely enjoyable. I expect to die. I agree, but I think there are ways that games handle you dying where it's not frustrating, because there's some goal that you're trying to achieve. With a game like this, for me, there is no goal. The goal is simply
kill bitches.
I'm getting online. The goal is to justify my purchase. That is the goal. And it just gets a little old after a while. And then when it's like, well, I have to adjust to, you know, like the idea of going in as a team. I'm sure lots of people would find it fun where people are giving orders like, you know, go do this, go do that. I don't want to do that. I just want to play how I play. But you can't play how you play because everyone's playing how they play. And that the way they play is ultimately better than the way you play, so you're fucked.
Well, you play like I play, which is you just run straight at everybody.
Exactly, because I have zero patience.
Yeah.
So it's just not for me. But it has to be said that, and I'm guessing this is a thing that's come up quite often as well, and maybe has been hit over the head. But there's not very much variety in levels. Like
it's only 4 maps.
We played for a while. And it felt like
4 hours or so.
It felt like we were just in the same places over and over again.
Does anybody know the actual number? Is it 8 maps? Because obviously there's different game modes, but it felt like even when we switched modes, we were still the same.
It's only
maps.
4.
Yeah, I think there's
four
Endor,
maps?
there's Endor, there's Hoth, there's that Tatooine one, and
that like lava level.
The lava, yeah, the.
Well, there's
then there's 2 variations on each.
Well, pretty well. I think
like
it's probably a giant map that they kind of scale down to fit like for certain modes.
Oh no,
right?
there's Spaceport Tatooine versus Sandcrawler Tatooine, which are completely different levels, right?
Sandcrawler Tatooine you talking about the Walker Assault, right?
Yeah, but I think some are for the different modes.
Like the Spaceport Tatooine is literally just a scaled down 6-man version of the one with the Sandcrawler in it.
It says 12 maps on 4 environments for the base
4
game.
environments, okay.
So, I mean, this is definitely something that everybody is talking about. People seem to be disappointed in. And I agree. When I first loaded the game up and kind of went through the menu, I was kind of like, that's it? Like, it really did feel like there wasn't a ton there. But a couple things to mention. One is that there's DLC, obviously, and some people are pissed because they're like, oh, they're holding stuff back to sell you DLC. But there's free DLC that they're putting out as well. So
good old Jakku.
Yeah, so I don't know how much of that, the free stuff they're planning, but that's something where, again, when the game's getting repetitive at a certain point, they'll drop in some new DLC, and then you're like, oh, I'll go check that out. There's some new stuff. And didn't they also add
a new game mode?
Yeah, the Horde mode for online. Did you try that at all?
Turning Point. It's not a Horde mode.
It's not a Horde mode. It's just a new map and a new game. It's the Jakku map.
It's basically what Jay was talking about, where it's just like take a position and move forward.
I thought I read that the new DLC was
Horde, I don't think it's
Horde mode.
That mode has come out yet.
Either way, it is weird that they have Horde mode, but only in the offline
like
single
you can't
player.
take your buddies in from other machines and do it,
Yeah.
Well, as someone who spends the majority of his time professionally reviewing movies, it's weird to me because it's like, okay, I understand that this is a different world than that. Like, for one, games are being reviewed on here that haven't been finished. You would never review a movie that you haven't finished unless you're Frank.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is with DLC, it's like reviewing a movie and then saying, well, the sequel might be better. Like the sequel might...
Or the special features on the Blu-ray. Or...
Sure, we don't know, like Prometheus or Prometheus, as the original Greek pronunciation is. It might be like, I got to wait and see what the special features say about this, or what the next film will do. And I mean, you're reviewing. What are we reviewing? Are we reviewing the game that we purchased as it is now, or are we reviewing what the game has the potential to be once all of the DLC comes out?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is a huge issue right now. All the major game publications are struggling with this. Some of them dropped review scores altogether, as we've discussed on previous episodes. Some of them will do sort of like on release day, here's kind of what we think about the game, but we're going to revisit it in a couple of months. That doesn't really help you if you're,
Polygon actually adjusts their review scores each update a game, well, like probably high profile games only get, but they'll actually go in and have like a review update 1 kind of thing and then give it a new score completely if it changes anything.
Right.
So they're trying to adjust based on sort of like, so you have your day 1 purchase, then your DLC 1, DLC 2 review scores of the game as a whole, like as it's being added to. So I think for our show, as we just review like what we've played, in this case, like Dax and I have played the DLC, but I don't think we should all be forced to play it to review it. It's like whatever we played, we can review.
I mean, you kind of review just the basic,
the game,
the experience,
the basic game, like what
and
they
to
release.
Be fair, I mean, isn't a lot of the DLC? I assume it's going to be maps.
Yeah, for this it'll be maps.
So it's just going to
game
be
modes.
Maybe it'll address the amount of variation, and the with there being 12 maps or whatever, I think it's more that just if you're playing for a period of time, and with only 4 different locations, there's more of the chance that you're going to play the same location 2 or 3 times in a row. It just feels with that randomization, it stands out even more how few options there are, because you've just played this map for 20 minutes or a half hour, and it's like, okay, I'm ready for something new, and then it's the same thing again. And just purely because there are so few options.
Yeah, now there is one other thing I want to throw out there with regards to this discussion, which is that, yes, there is potentially less maps and game modes than maybe people expect for a multiplayer-only game of this caliber. But on the flip side of that, did we have any problems connecting? Did we have, I feel like we had one issue with getting people into a party. But once we were in the game, I don't think we ever really had any issues unless it was Dax's Wi-Fi or something. And I mean, that's the trade-off, I think. If you're
why should that be a trade-off? Shouldn't all games work?
Well, yeah, but they don't.
But that doesn't matter. Like, if a game doesn't work, then you reflect that in the review. You don't give a game extra bonus points simply because it worked. Well, to balance off the fact that it has so few levels.
But you would subtract from the score if it doesn't work.
Well, I would.
So
right.
What I'm saying is,
but you're saying, well, there may be not many levels, but did we have problems connecting?
Well, I think it's worth discussing because
not
Halo...
just connecting, but when you're in a game, I never had any lag issues whatsoever. I also think the menus are very streamlined and very easy to navigate, which is not always the case with these types of games. The party system, partner system, I like a lot. I mean, one thing is clear, and EA just addressed this. I was wondering why no one was bringing this up. I know you can die a lot, but the way the game is set up, it is designed to be accessible, even more so than other first-person shooters.
Absolutely, yeah.
And if for an easy experience, the Horde mode or the missions on normal, they are a joke. Like a kid could play them and have fun and play Star Wars and
try playing on
play with
the next
their,
level up. It's
play with
impossible.
play with one of their parents or their brother or sister, and just have fun and do that. And I think this game is meant to be for kids who are 7 all the way up to adults who are whatever 50, I would say, and
not above 50.
No,
After 50, you're not allowed to play.
So I think they had to design a game that wasn't going to alienate things. Like, think of how many first-person shooters have to address all ages, and even something like Plants vs. Zombies: Garden Warfare, they clearly skew towards kids versus adults. Like, I think it's a fun game, and it pulls some adults in.
Yeah.
But that's not the case. And something like Black Ops is obviously for
It's a more
teenage boys and like
experienced
adults, or
shooter gamers,
and people who talk shit online and
Yeah.
all that. This clearly is a much more broad experience, and sacrifices will be made in that respect. I would not disagree that there are not a lot of maps, but when you look at I've played Call of Duty Black Ops multiplayer and Halo multiplayer recently, the maps in this game look a bajillion times better. They're the best looking multiplayer maps I've ever seen in any game. And
what do you guys think about the design of the maps in terms of the gameplay and strategy?
It's amazing.
And stuff?
I think they're well done.
Let me just say, I think that to go on with what Frank's saying, I think when it comes down to multiplayer, right? So say you're in Black Ops, we'll go to a different game, right? Would you think it's a better game if it has 20 maps versus 10? Or is it the gameplay when you're in those maps? Because the multiplayer experience, I find this game, I have zero problems. I think it's, for me, a flawless shooter. I love it. Yes, all the frustrations I have with it are either my skill level or my skill level. Because really, there's no problems with it. It's if I jump here, I can't shoot this guy, or I can't. It always comes down to somebody being a bit better than you and hitting you in the head with and being behind you and shooting you when you spawn, right? There's things like that happen. But
you'll never completely eliminate spawn camping.
No, I did it the other day. It was fucking amazing. I was running around. No, but this is the one time it ever happened to me. One time, because I was a royal bodyguard. I got one of those chances, and so I had the gun, and I'm sitting there, and she had fucked off. Leia had run off somewhere else, and we were in the middle of the battlefield. And I think because obviously your spawn points as you progress up the map kind of shift, and I just so happened to be. I turned around and I just literally saw 2 stormtroopers blink in. Just saw them die, and I was like, I know what that feels like, and it felt great.
One thing. So when Jay was talking about how I totally get the point he's making. Where if you took this and made it a single player game, and every time you started you died right away, how bad would that be?
Of course,
and I get that. But the alternative is, and this is where it becomes hard with multiplayer games, is it needs to take forever until someone dies, and then no one ever dies,
right? Because
you can recharge shields or do stuff like that. Games have attempted it, and it's not good. And the only way that really works is if stuff like quick 6-on-6 or 4-on-4 modes where you die, you're out, and you restart again.
Back in, right?
And even then, in that case, you're waiting for your next game to start. So there's always something that can fall through with that. I think this game walks the line pretty well of, first of all, not making sniping a huge contingency of the game.
It's starting to get that way.
But you have a card to do it. Mm-hmm. That's how you snipe. Anyone can do it. And you have one chance, essentially, for a while to try that.
That's true.
And it's rewarding when you do get it right. And if you miss, well, you kind of blew your opportunity rather than having however much ammo to just stay in one spot and snipe people constantly. So I think they have done really cool ideas, including the partner start, to make it a more accessible, broader age range, skill level shooter. And I do wish some of the other things that have been said, I would love to just have a friends-only game. I think that is something they should definitely add, where we all know we're about the same skill level, we can just have fun, and I think that is
I could be at the top of the charts, and it would be great. Yeah.
Dwight guy could get 1 or 2 kills once in a while.
I'll be happy.
2 for 20.
But when it does come down to this game, Call of Duty, does it this way, and the maps look like crap, and there's 20, but they're shitty looking, and in here there's only this many, but they're beautiful. And the one thing that and again, it might not be fair because this isn't what this game is, but while comparing it to other games, Halo came up, and I can't help but think, even if the Halo maps aren't as just aren't as beautiful looking as the Star Wars ones. The fact that there's a whole campaign mode that is fun and engaging and exciting and frankly emotional. How can you once you start comparing it to these other shooters, then you have to compare that.
Yeah,
like how something can have a multiplayer option and a solo campaign option, and the solo campaign is actually fun. And
so I guess the question then, as we move towards our actual ratings for this, does that enter into your criteria for how you're going to rate this game? Like, is it based on, well, there was no campaign, so I'm going to drop a star for that, or not enough maps, I'm going to drop a star for that? I mean, it's a tough call, and
I would rate it just on the experience that's there. Mm-hmm. And like, I might not get as tired of the maps as someone like Jay might, and that's like your personal preference. I think that's a totally legitimate complaint that with 4 maps there, I'm seeing the same stuff over and over again. And for a player who wants to see more of the Star Wars universe without necessarily paying for it, I think that's a totally legitimate criticism of the game. For me, I guess I'm getting new experiences that I haven't gotten in other shooters. I'm getting the closest thing to a real-life Star Wars simulator that's ever been available, which is compelling. And I think they have made huge strides in simplicity, which is a good or bad thing depending on what type of gamer you are. Like people say, this is baby talk. This fucking game. I want a leveling system. I want prestige mode. I want all this other stuff. And I mean, part of it, I don't think the game's perfect by any means. I also have gotten frustrated playing. I think some of the power-ups are kind of useless the way it is right now. And I mean, I just
What level are you, bud?
15.
Ooh, not high enough.
The good thing is that
I'm talking about
you choose which to buy, though.
No, not those. The ones you get in the game from.
Oh.
The little
Orbital
coins?
Strike? What?
The coins?
I didn't say all. I said some. And that's the problem. Some are good and some aren't. And
the gun
those should all
turrets
be-
are useless ones you have to stand behind because
Exactly.
you just get killed the second you
Yeah.
put it down. I just dropped that shit right away.
So I think I would just enjoy. I enjoy this game more. I know everyone loves the Walker Assault and Supremacy, and I'm fine playing those once in a while for just if there's a bunch of us playing. I have way more fun with the modes with less players.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too.
And generally those are scoped down the map size, so you're not running as far to engage.
And
so it's more of a kind of Halo-ish kind of feel.
And I think it was the IGN review who clearly had an anti-EA agenda, and they said, "Oh, they included Blast in this, which is your basic deathmatch shooter. Why even include this? Who plays this? What a waste of time." I mean, to me, that just bothers me. Just because you don't like it, I love Blast.
It's a great way to earn a little extra coin.
They're going to complain about having
Having an extra
in...
game mode? Like, please. Don't be a fucking idiot. Don't play it if you don't like it, bud.
What's the difference between why is Blast standing out from the rest of them?
Don't single that out in a review as a negative for the game that they included a game mode that you are necessarily not a fan of. Clear anti-EA agenda, which is running rampant over the internets.
Well, I mean, I will say I really like the game. I mean, I'm not really holding against it the fact that I suck. I mean, I realize that's my problem.
You were a good emperor.
And I think, I think some of those game modes were fun for me. That's made me happy. I think there's some stuff that's missing that I would have liked to see. Another minor thing, I don't know if there's a reason for this. I don't know if there's a power-up attached to this, but in the Supremacy modes, why is there no map in the corner that shows you where all the points are that you're trying, all the control points are that you're trying to capture?
I think the point of that is to group everyone into the same common area instead of just having people spread out all over and having to defend all of them. It kind of makes you
I think
flow.
they switch up, don't they?
No, it makes you... It kind of like, depending on how it goes, right? You have like 2. Each team has 2. And then as you gain them...
So there's only certain ones that are active at a
Yeah,
time.
that's right. So you can only advance to the next one. You kind of have to do them in order. It's so like the battle stays in the same spot.
Exactly.
I always liked that about Battlefield, that you could just, if nobody was on a particular point, you could just run over there
Well,
and grab
that's kind
it.
of what Drop Zone is, right? Or
And
Yeah,
what-
but Drop Zone is you have to wait for them to actually
oh no, there's
spawn.
another one, Cargo. There's one where there's 3 active ones all at the same.
Think.
Yeah, droid.
Oh,
and you're trying to control them all at the same time.
But with the Supremacy one, if you know the maps, you can like run ahead, and assuming like your team is going to take that next one, you could basically be right on the next one as it goes.
Okay. But then you got to play enough to know that.
I also just find too that like in this game, what kind of eliminates camping and stuff like that is that because of the frantic way they've managed to make this game, like even the greats, you won't last that long. I mean, like there's so many angles people can come at you at that even the great players. I mean, I'll see on my screen every once in a while. It makes me feel good. Top player kill, like you get a bonus for killing the person who's killed the most people, and because like 3 people going into this one area, you're going to get killed by somebody, no matter how good you are, right? So it's kind of, even though you're getting killed a lot, everyone is dying a lot. Like it's a very frantic kind of game. Like it's so you're not ever going to have people that are so good that they just like they have 0 deaths at the end of the game. Like every time I've seen the leaderboards, it's like 38 kills, but he's died like 28 times. So it's not,
Right.
And that's one thing that's good, because you die so much, they get you right back into the action really fast, which some games they'll like have you sit around on
do a loading time
or whatever.
It's the worst.
Nothing like that. You could be right back in probably like 4 seconds, 3-4 seconds. Yeah. But Frank was mentioning the lack of lag, and I think that's really impressive because you have 80 people in a map all blowing shit up and shooting and lasers going everywhere, and just to have no lag. I haven't experienced any lag either.
Do other shooters in this generation have lag in those situations?
Do any other shooters have 80 people going at once?
Well, it's only 40, right? 20 versus 20.
Oh, right, 20 on 20. Yeah.
I played Halo recently. I don't think there was any lag in that, but I will definitely say I was in a couple of game modes where I was dying every 5 seconds, just like this game, and I felt even less empowered in Halo than I did in Battlefront. Call of Duty, found it to be pretty balanced. I had some good games, some bad games, and there's a lot of people who play that all the time. But I did have lag a couple times in those games and got booted with server issues out of 2 games, and like.
And how many people are in those matches? Are there 40? 16. So almost more than double, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah. In terms of other games that it compares to, I don't know if there is anything.
It's just funny to me that because video games are both, quote unquote art, depending on your opinion, and also a form of technology. And I can see docking points when something does lag or when you're booted out, but I can't see praising something for not having lag. It's like having a TV and saying, I got to give this extra bonus points for working. Yeah, I'll knock points off if a TV doesn't work.
Because it displays
that
red.
Is a fair point.
Right.
I mean, it's a sad state of affairs that so many games come out and just are broken. Like the Halo Master Chief Collection is the classic example of everything going wrong.
I think the one, to like Jay's point of like it just works, I think the one problem with video games though is it's kind of a sliding bar as the technology improves. Like the 40-person map, right? That's very rare now. That's like a technical achievement. So now, will you now shift your bar so that now, because Halo doesn't have 40 people, you're going to dock from there? Well, maybe not, because maybe you just compare on like the 16 on 16. But maybe now for Battlefront 2, let's say they only have 20-person maps. Would you then dock it because Battlefront 1 had 40-person maps? It's like this weird sliding technology scale that doesn't really quite go with your like TV analogy. Well, it's kind of like a set thing. Like you wouldn't judge a normal plasma.
I would assume that when people make these choices, maybe I'm assuming wrong, that it's not just for bragging rights. I would assume you're choosing the number of players in a game or how far you're pushing a technology for reasons other than just pushing it. Like if you choose to populate a map with 100 people, I would think there would be a reason for that, and the reason would be rooted in the gameplay, not in the bragging rights.
I think it's to be realistic battles.
Yeah, it's like
I think
as
that's
immersive as possible. They're trying to make every one of these shooter games. Obviously, every game is trying to make the most immersive experience while maintaining, like, say, less lag or whatever like that, right? So, I mean, when they were sitting there in their meetings for Battlefront, they're like, okay, we need to make this feel, which I think they completely succeeded in, is the most immersive kind of Star Wars battle that you can be in. And obviously, if you have lag, you're going to take people out of that. So you're trying to make it as, like, how do we get the tech so that we can have, okay, we feel that 40 is a good number because within our areas, it's going to feel like very frantic and crazy or whatever like that. So let's do 40 and really kind of scope this out so that we can do that. And the fact that it succeeded is what makes us go, oh, I give that points for being very fluid and flawless, because Sean's right. There are so many games that aren't lag free and aren't, like, that you kind of have to, it becomes part of the norm if a game doesn't work
which is fine, and then you dock points off of that game for not achieving.
But then you kind of praise them, like, well, they got it right. That's why you give
them
the
I would
points,
just,
or they raise the bar.
Yeah, they got it right.
Separate the issues. Say this game, taking working aside, it has huge battles, epic battles with beautiful landscapes. And then on the flip side, it's also got, to me, one of the least complicated and seamless invite systems. And if you're already in a game and I join your party, it puts me in a queue to enter your game, and I know exactly where I stand. Like, they communicate a lot to the player in terms of what was going on. Now, we had issues at first with joining parties and all that stuff, but I think that's because, like, people were getting live subscriptions that day and like doing title updates at the same time. And
I do find that Xbox partying is a pain in the ass, but I'm not an expert in that. Like, I'm fairly new to it.
Yeah, like, that's an almost extra set of learning curve stuff that, I mean...
Because Frank was definitely leading the charge on that. We're all like, what the fuck is... He's like, do you have the little yellow dot up in the top of your corner of your screen? Hit the Y button. Now go over here.
Just to add one more plus to this game, on the map design. Now, I haven't played Halo or Call of Duty in a long time, multiplayer, but I found two things the map design did really well is giving you lots of options to flank around people. There's a lot of, like, spider web type corridors where you can flank around, and you know, if there's, like, one, like, kind of choke point, there's ways to get around it. And also the elevation, I find, not even just with the jetpacks, but just in general, like the Endor map probably has 5 levels of elevation with the, like, tree houses and the walkways and then the gullies down below. And that really makes it really interesting gameplay wise, because there's lots of places to kind of duck away and run away and get up high on top of people. And I don't remember other multiplayer games doing elevation quite like that. Maybe Titanfall. I know you could jump on buildings and stuff with that, but
I feel like there is I don't know if it's as much, but a decent elevation aspect to, especially the big maps in Halo, and to some extent.
I think they have to in Battlefront because of the jetpacks and things like that. They need to give people places to go up to.
And to spread the battle out, right? While keeping it, like we've been saying, if they want to keep the battle in one area in general, in order to make it not insane, dying every second, and you see everyone around you, you have to
especially in the walker
scatter
assaults.
that throughout a height element as well.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, as far as the 20-on-20 battles go, I'm not entirely sold that is a good number, a fun number. I feel like it is something they knew would be a bullet point on the back of the box. It's something that would look impressive in trailers, that you had, like, all this stuff happening. And when you're playing the game, it does look impressive. I just don't know if it's that fun. And maybe it's just because I suck, could be. But I just feel like with that many people, there's a lot of shit going on. It's hard to keep track of everything. And, you know, it's a fun experience for a bit, but I definitely preferred the smaller maps. And on that topic, I don't know, like, there was stuff like the speeder bikes, which for the longest time there was a training mission, which I thought was really impressive technically. Like, they totally pulled off the look of it straight out of the movie. but then it wasn't in any maps that we were playing.
It's in Endor. There's speeder
and then
bikes.
it finally showed up, and I was like, oh, they actually do have speeder bikes.
But nobody uses them.
They're kind of useless,
because you get destroyed on them so quick. They're hard as hell to fly for starters. The only time I see the people have now this is why I love multiplayer, because people figure shit out, right? And Huck and I were playing, and they're now at the point where people get on the speeder bike just to use the cannon on it because it's a strong gun. So they will drive it with no speed, so it's just crawling along like walking. And we saw a guy go into the bunker with it and start flying inside the bunker and shooting people in the bunker with them. But these are the things that are funny about it, right? But I mean that
it sounds to me like that would be a video game form of pandering. Like it's there to fulfill some fan wish fulfillment of riding a speeder bike in a photorealistic environment, but it's only really practical in that training mission.
Yeah.
So the thing is just there as a, you can ride a speeder bike. You ride it once, you're like, that was cool.
But I get
and
killed
then
the second I do it,
nobody wants to use it. And when they are using it, they're not using it in the way that it's intended to be used.
Well, I think in that case, they needed a vehicle for the rebels, and like a spaceship can't really fly through trees. So they neted something to counteract.
But it definitely was
Imperial
I agree. It's a service to like the being on Endor. There were speeder bikes. You heard that?
I mean, I'm sure I saw it in a trailer and was like, "Oh shit!"
And
that
it's
looks awesome.
neat. That's what I find is yes, there's no single player. For me, this game is amazing because they said, you know what, we're not going to do that. We're going to make multiplayer as good as we possibly can. And in my opinion, they did. They made it as Star Warsy as you could imagine it being, and like. There's so much in the environment there, sound-wise and visually, and yes, gameplay is frustrating when you're getting shot and stuff like that, but if you actually just sit there and as you're running, you're always feeling like people are yelling, like all the battle banter and stuff like that, everything Star Wars, it's if you're a Star Wars head, it's fun. It's everything you've always wanted in a shooter.
Isn't everything you're saying applicable to a campaign? Everything you said could be applied to a campaign. Well, but the things that you said you were frustrated with are the things that apply to the multiplayer.
But also that energy of you're in like a Saving Private Ryan battle is something, in my opinion, comes from a multiplayer experience of the randomness of 40 other people doing stuff. When you're doing, don't get me wrong, I'd love to play. So I'm sure they could do a great campaign with that game. It would be fantastic, but. There is something to the whole holy shit and like blasters flying over your head and like where's that coming from, and it's some jagoff named Blue Ball 7 jumping over. But I think they just did a really good job of making you feel like it's all happening around you. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the question I have for you guys then, because is this the best Star Wars game ever made at this point in time? Because I feel like I think it is, and I think part of the reason is because it's multiplayer. I feel like if there was a campaign, you're going to have maybe characters that they had to make up that aren't in the movies that you're like, okay, I can go with that, but that's not the Star Wars I know. Or if they have to tell some new story with Luke and Leia and Han, then you're going to be like, yeah, but that's not the story from the movie. Or like, I just feel like they throw you right in these scenarios pulled from the movie, but you're still kind of acting things out on your own. And it's, there's no story, there's no real dialogue to sort of distract you from the feel of Star Wars, and I think that's why it really works for me.
Well, I can say, I don't know if I'll be able to articulate this properly, but it feels to me like this gaming experience requires a lot on behalf of the player to fill in holes. You have to be willing to go into this game and be totally caught up in the battle and kind of go along, like it's almost like role playing, because when I go into the game, it's purely functional. I'm going in and I'm dying and I'm respawning, and the fact that there was a mention of respawning so fast, to me that makes it like there's no consequences. I'm running in, I die immediately, I respawn. Maybe the consequence is having to run 30 seconds, which is frustrating, but if I don't give a shit about being on a leaderboard, then I don't care how many times I die to get to a goal. And so I just die. I don't change the way that I play, I guess, because of that. But with a campaign, it's like there's a goal that I'm trying to achieve, whether it be getting to the end of the level and seeing the next one, or getting to the end of the whole game, or seeing a new environment, or whatever. It just feels like that pulls me along, and I don't have to role play that I'm in a battle and I've got my friends on my headphones, and I'm going to really experience this by hooting and hollering and bebopping around and getting pulled into that experience. I don't have that. So for me, it's just like you're just moving in and dying, moving in and dying. It reminds me of, when you get to a certain point in a game, say Dr. Mario.
Sure.
And you're at level 20, and you start playing and you make one mistake, and it's like, okay, I'm not going to be able to finish this, so restart. And then you play again, you make that one mistake again, I'm not going to be able to do this, restart. And suddenly your gameplay is dictated by having to do everything perfectly, or else it's not worth it, because you're just going to keep restarting. You're not, like Guitar Hero. If you want to try to get a perfect song, you make one mistake, 10 seconds in, restart. One mistake, 30 seconds in, restart. And that, to me, is not fun. Like, that becomes like some obsessive compulsive, like, I got to keep doing this, keep doing this, keep doing this. And it breaks the flow of the gameplay. And I feel that feeling, although it's slightly different than that scenario, I feel that feeling with this, where I'm just going in, I'm dying, doesn't mean anything to me. I'm going in, I'm dying, doesn't mean anything to me. Because there are no benefits to me living and no consequences to me dying, other than having to run, I guess, a long period of time.
Well, and your kill-death ratio is going to be completely bunk. You're going to be a joke.
I know. That's kind of the driving force, right? Yeah. I'm not going to be able to unlock new levels.
I don't want to let my team down.
But there are objectives.
And that's what I'm talking
game.
about. Role-playing. You have to pretend like these guys are counting on me.
Exactly.
I'm in a war. Okay, let's strategize. You flank. It's like paintball. And if you're not into that, if you're not willing to fill in those narrative holes where like you're almost making, like you said it yourself, Frank, it's all about the experience you had. I'm not I guess a gamer like that. I don't have those experiences.
Well, you seem very much to enjoy the single player mode of games. You know what I mean? Like it's a multiplayer. They couldn't be more different, right? I mean, like when you buy this game.
Open world, where you're in an open world, and it's like, okay, I'm bored with this game, so I'm going to try to fly a helicopter and land on the Empire State Building or something, and that will only take you so far. But I guess I want a little guidance, and if this feels open world to me, the only difference is you're being killed over and over, and the goal, the benefit of surviving and helping your team retrieve that pod that dropped is a leaderboard score that will be gone as soon as my Xbox Live account is gone.
And winning.
And the fun of shooting stormtroopers, man.
You got to want to win, and you got to want it bad.
I can shoot stormtroopers in a campaign.
You can. Yeah. But this game was made, it's a multiplayer. It's saying we wanted to make a very accessible Star Wars shooter, and that's what they did. And
well, in my case, they failed because I don't find it accessible.
But but that's what I'm saying. Like I originally wasn't sure. I mean, I literally bought my Xbox for this game. Like I remember when I was talking to Frank, I'm like, I'm starting to I should probably buy a system. And this game is pretty much what pushed me over the edge. But I knew when he told me, he's like, oh, there's no campaign. I'm like, oh, really? But I'm like you said earlier that you're very visual and you like how games look pretty and stuff like that. For me, that's like that's basically my bar. If I don't think a game looks good, like that's why I won't play like retro. I'm not a retro gamer because that just, to me, it's like I don't like how it looks anymore. So with this game, I was like, yep, visuals check. I've seen the trailer, it looks great. Star Wars check, looks awesome. And I knew going in multiplayer, even though multiplayer frustrates me, I was like, you know what, I'm going to give this a go. But I knew going in multiplayer wise, I've done enough in my life. You probably haven't played much shooter multiplayer, right?
No,
right.
I played Halo 1,
right. So you had a good grasp. You play that for a lot.
No, it's just local,
a little while. No, we played online, or unless it was 2, maybe Halo 2.
Yeah.
Me and Roman used to play.
Okay, so I mean, I think going into this kind of game, that's the game experience you're going for. Like it's going to be a shooter, be shot, just to whoever kills team X 50 points to 1 kind of thing. And I think that they did that perfectly. Do I think that? Am I going to criticize it for not having a campaign mode when I knew going in that they were just saying, listen, we're going to do this and we're going to do it great. If they had done a shitty job with the multiplayer, then I would have been more pissed. I would have been like, you know what, guys, you did a multiplayer-only shooter game, and even the multiplayer, it's got problems with this and that. I personally feel that, for me, it's justified that they only did that because the multiplayer is so good. Would I like to see a campaign of this game? Absolutely.
I agree that it's unfair to judge it for something that it didn't attempt to be. Mm-hmm. I do think it's fair to judge it value-wise. I think it's fair to say there were only 4 levels. Why isn't there, this other element? But in terms of what's there, it looks great. It's for people who are experienced online multiplayer players. I'm sure, like you're saying, it's great. I disagree. It's accessible. Not only is it, I would say it's literally hard to access for casual gamers, because I had to sign up for so many fucking EA things at the beginning and before I could even get to the game.
But how much of that is the game and how much of that is just the new console? Like, because there's
doesn't matter
updates, like all this stuff that just comes
every other game I've played that I own, I have not had to do that, and I had to get an Xbox Live account.
So how do you?
That in itself is a level of accessibility that is in your way. Whether or not I understand the game requires that. But
so you've played Halo and you've enjoyed it. How do you compare it to Halo?
In terms of what I prefer?
Yeah, like, do you think Halo is more accessible?
Multiplayer Halo?
Yeah.
Well, we're talking 10 years ago.
So you haven't played anything recently?
No, I went on once with Halo 5 for multiplayer, and I didn't play it very long. I just went on to see what it was like, I guess.
But did it feel like this? Did you have the same experience where you go in and you're shot and dead, and then it's like frustration, or did it feel different?
No, it felt pretty similar, but I was going in to see if there was, and I didn't spend the time to really look, if there were vehicles that you could get into. Because I remember when I played Halo back, whenever I played it, there would just be vehicles everywhere.
Warthogs, man.
And I found it really fun. Let's all get together, get in a Warthog, go for a drive. If we kill some people along the way, great.
Joe Farina and I used to crush Warthog. Oh my god!
But for me, if we're just going to stick to the multiplayer, fuck the campaign thing, that for me is a big miss. To be able to just walk up to a Star Wars vehicle, get into it, invite a friend, you take the gun, I'll take the wheel. That to me feels like a major
well, in all fairness, I think that
hole in the boot.
You have to re-up your gold for one more month, jump in with us, get yourself piling an ATST, and you will change your mind, because it is some fun shit.
I have to re-up it now to rationalize this purchase.
That's right.
But
the vehicles are actually pretty fun to play.
I'm sure they are.
When you get in them.
I wish I've had the chance to get in one, which when you buy a game and suddenly it's like you have to share the experience with 39 other people of varying degrees of expertise, and you see them doing everything that you wish you could do.
Oh, yeah.
You get a little bit pouty.
You do. And I mean, nothing makes me more angry, and I'm going to leave it at this because we've been going on a long time, but nothing makes me angrier than in this 40-person map, you're running around looking. I always give a quick swivel, because when you spawn, you want to swivel so that you can look for power-ups that might be beside you. Boom, boom. And I see that faint, glimmering lightsaber power-up of the hero icon across the way, and I hit my sprint button. And I'm like, nobody fucking sees this. I actually say, I'm like, don't see it, you don't see it, you don't see it. And I'm running, and then I'll jib up against the side of a rock, so my character kind of jitters a little. I'm like, shit, no, go around. And then you see some asshat, Bilbo 7'5" blue balls, flies in with his jetpack and lands right on it, and you're like, you son of a bitch. And then he picks somebody like Leia. Like, give me a break, bud.
I will say the dog fighting, I actually enjoy. Like, I can see how, the controls are a little weird, but it's the same thing where it's just wave after wave after wave. It just...
Are you saying you had to learn something?
The controls?
To be able to, yeah.
Well, I mean, not necessarily that I had to learn something. Like, I don't mind becoming acclimatized to something, but I don't want to have to like study a map. I don't want to have to, if I play it enough that I just naturally get to know it, great. But I don't want to have to know like suddenly I'm on a basketball team and I have to memorize plays. You know,
sure,
like
fair enough.
But if I just naturally, become good at something, great. Which is, how I guess a solo campaign kind of is designed to naturally do that, right? Assumingly, your levels ramp up with your experience. So the longer you play it, the harder the levels will get. Is that correct?
Usually.
Something like that.
Guys, you going to weigh in here or what? You leaving me hanging, Frank?
I feel like it's not quite the case anymore.
No? It's just...
not as much as it used to be.
Well, I mean, quite often when I play, it's like you're getting the tutorial at the beginning, or they're hiding the tutorial within the first level, and like Tomb Raider, which we'll talk about. Shoot a couple things, build your arrows. Here's how you do this. Here's how you do that. And then as you move on, you start to use those things.
Skills, yeah.
With this, you do have the training maps, but you never really you're kind of thrown into the fire immediately. And it's up to you to decide, do I want to put in the time to...
Do I love this completely
it's not
immersive Star Wars battle enough to continue to get better?
It's not a natural
Push myself forward.
acclimatization to the gameplay. It feels more like work.
So with regards to the dogfights, we didn't mention this, but I know some people were disappointed that they don't actually have in-space battles, only
right.
I agree.
dogfights over land.
I'm assuming that's coming.
I would hope so. I don't know if they've actually announced it. Does anybody else
I don't know.
Because it's that in itself is kind of like, you've got all these levels that you're getting sick of. And it's like, okay, well, let's do a space or a fighter battle. And it's just above the level you're sick of. When Star Wars, you're talking about the immersive Star Wars experience, the majority of those space or those battles happen in space.
Right. You don't want to be smashed into the ground. That's no fun.
Yeah.
I've done that a few times. There's nothing worse than getting into one of those TIE fighters, finally finding one, and then flying up. If you manage to escape the Jagoff who is shooting a missile at you the second you get up
Bilbo
there.
Blue Balls.
Yes,
5-1.
Bilbo Blue Ball 7. If you manage to get past him, and then you're like, the AT-AT walker is fine, okay, and now it's finally vulnerable. You can shoot it with your thing and do massive damage. If you manage to not crash this ship while trying to do a strafing run, you're the best, because I'm like, you need to practice so much on these damn vehicles to get good at them. Actually, it keeps you get so excited.
And they're so rare
that
you don't get any practice.
You get so excited.
That's what's crazy. It's like you buy this game and you see the trailers and like the snow speeders are doing the
that's hard as hell to
do.
The
thing, and it's like, I'm into doing that. And then you get the game and it's like, okay, you can do that maybe in a year when you've really practiced. You're not ready for that yet. I was ready when I paid the $90. Okay, Sean? Okay.
I hear you. Okay, Frank.
Go to the training mission, practice.
I did it in the training mission.
You said you hate playing against other people.
I did it once
anyway,
in the training
so why not
mission.
Just keep doing that.
Because it feels like a training mission. I also don't want to do a tutorial over and over. I want there to be something there for me.
Frankenhuck City, best Star Wars game? If not, what's the best?
I think TIE Fighter might take it for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Knights of the Old Republic, Frank?
That's what I was going to say.
KOTOR was good, yeah.
Knights of the Republic, Shadows of the Empire.
But these are all games that Sean said it would suck if this had a campaign because you'd be telling stories other than...
I didn't say it suck.
No, let's be honest.
I would actually love...
Shadows of the Empire, the campaign sucks. Knights of the Old Republic, it's not quite the same thing. Like, it's a role-playing game in the Star Wars universe. If you were going to compare anything, I think you'd compare it to the Rogue Squadron series.
What about Force
Awakens or what? Force Unleashed? Yeah.
Yeah, and I definitely prefer this to both of
Dark
those.
Forces.
Yeah,
first-person Star Wars.
Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy.
When they
the Doom engine.
I like those, but this is better. Let's be real. This is better.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I mean, the only one that comes close for me is Knights of the Old Republic, but I did not put in enough hours to really get
So
the full
weird,
sense
though.
of the story.
I think if this
You're
game,
so bad at this, I don't understand why you like it so much.
I'm still having fun. What can I say?
Now,
Like,
that's a testament for this game.
Yeah, exactly.
I think so. I mean,
I think if this game had like Left 4 Dead style mode, where you get together with like 4 or 6 of your buddies and kind of go through like a semi-driven
Go
story
through the Death
mode.
Star.
Yeah.
The Death
Yeah.
Star
that would be
I
awesome.
think
infiltration.
I think this game would be
That would
by
be-
far the best.
I would much prefer that even if it wasn't like a campaign, if it was a local, or not necessarily local, but
Small team
like you're saying, 6 people, and they set up a
scenario.
map where there might be bots in there,
That's
and you
what-
just go in and you do what you do.
That's what they had in the first 2 Battlefront games, and I don't even know if I played either of them online, but I remember playing them offline and still enjoying them because it wasn't a campaign, but it felt like,
like
you were
horde mode
progressing
almost.
through something, and yeah, you were fighting against bots. And
To be honest, when I bought this, that's what I thought I would get. Like, I thought I would get all of these options with bots. But it's insane. Like, if you do want to criticize it for something, if it's unfair to say you should have had a campaign, the solo and local options on this are extremely lackluster.
yeah, that would
Why
definitely be
couldn't
a
they-
strike against it as far as I'm concerned.
Why they couldn't recreate, Droid Run or drop, battle drop or pod drop,
Yeah,
and things like that with bots.
so that you could do it on your own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, it seems like all the game modes that are in the single player offline are not game modes
Yeah,
in
they're
the
not the same
online,
thing.
and I don't know why that is. Like, some of them should be doable.
It's literally they're literally just horde modes of kill them until you die or until you get enough points, kind of thing.
Maybe it's just an AI thing because
The AI is pretty damn good. Like, I mean, I've been playing I tried to, when my internet was shit, I was doing the solo stuff, and I would do like the Luke, whatever ones where you try and get all the coins that you were talking about. And sure, it's easy enough on the first level, boom, no problem. Second level gets a bit tougher. Put on the master mode, not a fucking chance. But like you can have a friend in there to do it with you. If you're doing a solo, not a chance.
But I
Not a
mean, like,
chance.
as far as the AI for that, like, it's still kind of like a deathmatchy type thing. Like, there's not a lot of strategy there that they need to.
Yeah, no, it's just literally horde mode where they come after you and kill you.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, it's hard enough doing it with a hero. If you're doing it as a trooper, there's not a chance.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sure somebody can do it, but I certainly can't do it.
All right. Are we almost done here?
I'd say so. People are falling asleep.
All right. What are you guys going to give it out of 5 stars? Why don't we start with Jay?
I'll give it a 2.5.
Okay.
But I'm willing to try it again, and it's not a style of game that I naturally like.
I'm actually impressed that I'm wondering as to why you picked it up. Was it just based off of people talking about it, or because I mean,
I was looking forward to it. At first I didn't realize that it was all online.
Right.
Then that was confirmed, and then I thought I would be able to play more offline, which I discovered I couldn't, and also to review it for this. And
Well, what was the other reason?
what?
Buy 2 get 1 free.
No, this wasn't a part of that.
Oh no.
No, no.
Now,
Also, I like don't get me wrong, I love the idea of being able to be immersed in Star Wars with amazing graphics and experience fighting on Hoth or whatever. I just wish there were a little more options. I wish there was a Death Star or like something that isn't just a natural environment.
well, don't worry. I did see when I was ordering my digital copy that I could have, if I wanted to, spend $180 on the next year's worth of downloads. So you may very well be able to play that if you pony up the extra $30-$40.
But you'll be able to buy them map by map, I assume?
Probably, yeah. I'm assuming they're going to do shit like that. Anyway,
Dax.
5 out of 5 for me. My favorite shooter
Easy?
of all time. Easy, hands down.
Wow.
Best immersive Star Wars experience I could imagine to this point. Loved everything about it. Still love everything about it. I get frustrated, but again, I say most time, like 9 times out of 10, it's not a game thing. It's me getting ganked by blue balls, and you know what I mean? Like, it's frustration. But as an actual game, I always feel like I can't say enough about how inside this game you really feel, and how much a part of a battle you would assume between rebel troops and imperial troops could be in Star Wars. I love it. 5 out of 5.
Frank.
4 out of 5 for me, Sean.
Nice. Huck City.
Same, 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5 for me.
Bam.
4 out of 5. This guy played it for like 20 minutes. I love it. You were a good emperor, I'm not going to lie.
I
remember that game where you got the last kill at the last second? You killed me?
I do.
With your fucking force lightning, you son of a bitch.
I played online a few times with nobody, with none of you guys, and I will admit it was not as fun. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
It was a blast.
For
That
me
night was great.
Way more fun playing with friends.
Yeah, that was a great time.
Way more.
Yeah.
If I could set this game up that I could play with my friends all the time, it would probably be a 5. But you can't.
Which is another accessibility thing.
I'll give you that.
It's also the accessibility of your friends, I guess.
Yeah.
You just got to make new friends.
What a magical evening that was, though. It blindsided me. Frank just messaged me, says, we're going to play. And then all of a sudden, all you fucks came online. I was like, what is happening here? Good time.
Yeah.
Classic Tuesday night.
Good stuff.
Yeah, we got to do it some more. All right, so that was quite a lengthy review. And we have a lot of other stuff we've played. So I don't know how much time we're going to devote to each of these games, but
we didn't even get into the embedded hot button topic.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we kind of
covered it a little bit. Value?
Not really.
Maybe I'll just go on a little tirade here.
Okay, give us your rant.
Okay. So many of the reviews are based on this is not worth $80 or backloaded with if you're not willing to pony up for all the DLC coming out later, this is not worth it. Like, everything is relating to cost and EA's pricing model with DLC, which to me seems completely unfair because
everybody loves to hate on EA.
Exactly. And the reason why everyone wants to hate on it even more in this particular case is because everyone loves Star Wars and everyone wants this game and they're pissed that they have to pony up for it. And that's where the biases in reviews and value start becoming a problem, where it's so subjective as to what you're willing to pay for that I do not think questions like this should enter into the debate. So let's say there was a few major video game publications, Giant Bomb, I think, Polygon, maybe IGN and another one, who all gave this game a 6 or 7 out of 10. Now, ultimately it doesn't matter that much, but with video games, it kind of does. Like, that can really drive sales and encourage and discourage people from buying games. Now, just out of curiosity, I looked up the review scores for Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes.
Yep.
All of them gave it an 8 or an 8.5 or higher, saying, well, if you love Metal Gear, it might be short, but you can keep replaying it, and you can't argue that it's a highly polished Metal Gear experience.
But it was cheaper than...
Okay. For the next generation consoles when it came out, it was $45. That was before, in our case, inflation happened for Canada. So that game probably would have been $60 or $65 in Canada compared to the $80 for Battlefront. So the discrepancy is not as big as you might think. Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes is an hour and 10 minutes single player. Sure, you can replay the same level at different times of day over and over again.
With slightly different enemy places.
Exactly. So if people are complaining about not enough levels or experiences in this, how that doesn't factor into a Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes review is complete, pardon my language, poppycock. And it's a complete failure in journalism that they're playing favorites with certain franchises and producers, distributors, and manufacturers. And it's disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting.
A complete failure in journalism.
Did I say journalism?
I just said journalism. You said journalism.
And it really is. And it's so clear that they have favorites, and lots of people love to hate EA. That is common knowledge. And if you want to talk about EA as a value, considering gamers, look at EA Access. As far as I'm concerned, it is the best value for gamers in all of games. So before you point fingers at EA's out to make money, which obviously they are, they're a company. Do you think people are willing to pay that much for this Star Wars game? I'm sure They are.
They
I know I'm going to.
Have, and will.
And I will support it. And you know what? A review, in my opinion, should reflect the quality of the game. You can always have a separate section that says, look, like value-wise, separate that. You would not take a classic game like Super Metroid, let's say, and say, if Super Metroid costs $200, $500, or $10, the review should be the same. This is a perfect game. It's just, what are you willing to pay for it?
And I think in today's climate of like Steam sales and constant price drops and sales and 50% off, 80% off, all this shit, like you can find the price point that suits you no problem, no matter what the game is.
Right?
Yeah, you just have to be patient. Like, so what? Maybe $60 is too much for you day one. Just wait 2 months or 6 months, and it'll drop 50%, and then you can get your price point that suits you.
And
it's the same game.
Like, these price points are always in flux.
Yeah, especially now with digital storefronts.
So you're putting this label on a game's review when it's released that carries with it when it's $5 down the road, or a free game in the case of Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes on when it's free on PlayStation Plus or games with gold. It's nuts to me.
But just a quick question: if something like Goat Simulator was $50. You think that wouldn't be a valid talking point?
No.
No?
Yeah, no.
No, you should review the game.
What about something that's
if $50 is too much for you,
an 8-hour game and it's $5? Do you think it's unfair to say, guys, pick this game up? It's $5.
Depends if the game's shit or good.
Yeah.
That's it?
I mean,
the
I think
game.
What it comes down to is, you were already talking about this, Jay, like the idea of video games as art. Like, if something is art, then you judge it and you assign a score based on the experience. It doesn't matter how long it is. Like, you don't judge a movie based on its length, things like that. But something like Star Wars Battlefront, I think, goes into a slightly different territory, because it is much more like it's a game. It's like a board game. It's like a sport. It's not so much art as in, an experience that, is from start to end you've been guided through. It's a plaything. It's,
Well, Jay and I talked about this before. It's like a separation, and there is an aspect to a video game that it is a product as well.
Yeah, it's an appliance in some sense.
Yeah.
And that's...
But for the review itself, there's got to be a better way to separate value from the actual quality of the game.
Like, I think to Frank's point about the money, like Super Metroid, arguably one of the best games ever, you should buy it at any time of day. But if it was priced at $1 million, would you then rate that game a 1? Because you could never afford it?
At $1 million?
Yeah. I can't play this game.
You could never play the game, therefore you should say it's a 1. Because the price point is too high.
I wouldn't rank or review it if I didn't play it, I guess. But
No, I'm saying, let's say I give you a copy, but the price point is $1 million for every single other person. Would that affect your review score?
Would I? So you're saying if Super Metroid was released and it cost $1 million,
but he's giving you a free copy.
Not once in the review would someone happen to mention the cost of that game?
No, I'm asking you, would you mention the cost?
Should you? Should it?
Of course.
Why?
$1 million
It's nothing
game.
to do with it.
Do you Wu-Tang just sold an album for $2.5 million? Was that not a talking point?
Yeah, but if you heard the album, would you say this album's shit? It cost $5 million. No,
I think it's fair to say.
No.
Why does this album cost You don't think there's expectations? Like, people are thinking, "Wow, I wonder what that album is like to be selling for $2.5 million."
I think it's just like every other Wu-Tang album, except they took a different pricing model strategy with it, where someone would be willing to pay that.
Well,
and
first off,
if it ever got released later down the road, would you go back and say, well, now I can buy this album or download it or whatever, and I like it, but you know what? When it first came out, it was $5 million. Can't listen to it. It's garbage.
0 to
it's not
10.
worth
no, but
$5 million.
It would certainly be a talking point. And these aren't good examples because we're talking about costs that are restrictive. The point I would think of a review partially is it's a consumer review. It's should you commit to purchasing this? Just like a movie review is, should you commit to going to the theater? And many movie reviews say, you know what, skip this one, wait till Netflix. Skip this one, wait till DVD. That is a value thing.
Yeah, I'm not saying people don't
But
do that for movies.
I'm just saying I don't think it should factor in.
But is that because of the quality of the film or because of the price point at $20?
It's the quality of the film.
Right.
The problem is,
which is
with
not the value, not the cost.
But it's the cost of the ticket.
Yeah,
I mean, versus if you pay $5 or $7 for a Netflix account where you can watch as much stuff as you want, then it might be, well, rather than paying the $13 for your movie ticket, and then if you buy popcorn, if you're going with someone else, just check this out on Netflix.
So you think you rate Ridiculous 6, the upcoming Adam Sandler movie, completely differently if you got to watch it on Netflix as part of a subscription, whether you went to theaters and paid for Ridiculous 6? You'd be gentler on it because it's on Netflix. Because, well, I only pay $7 for this.
Not me, because I'm not a published reviewer. I mean, there's a responsibility. It depends on the reviewer. There are film critics. I don't know if there's the analogous of like film criticism versus film reviewing, like a academic film criticism versus Gene Shalit, Leonard Maltin.
Yeah.
Thumbs up or thumbs down.
Rotten Tomatoes.
Accessibility. Rotten Tomatoes. When people go to those reviews, I would say the majority of them go to those reviews simply to know, should I commit an evening to this and my ticket price, or should I wait for TV or DVD? And that's a part of it. The reality is it's a part of it. Whether or not that's right, I don't know, but does the video game world not have those two?
I just think the argument that unless you're updating reviews all the time, which you're not, even Huck's point that these prices change constantly, that you should be reviewing the product itself, what it is, not its cost, because that cost isn't going to stay forever. The quality,
but not everyone is going to wait for that cost drop that may or may not come. And the other difference,
their fucking problem.
Well, I know, because you're willing to spend money on whatever you want. Not everyone is. The other difference is video games are expensive, and there's lots of them. So it helps people decide what to commit to.
The other problem is with movies, there's agreed upon standards. Like a movie is generally 90 minutes, sometimes 2 hours. It costs this much money to go see it in the theater, maybe a little more if you pay for 3D. There's not a ton of fluctuation within that. But games are like all across the map. Like you've got Goat Simulator for $10 when it comes out, and then you've got Halo 5 is $80 when it comes out. And there's all kinds of stuff in between there too. And people have different expectations. If there was something a little more rigid about that,
value itself is subjective.
It is, unfortunately.
Because, like the exact example I gave with the same people reviewing Metal Gear versus Battlefront, their justification was, if you like Metal Gear and they happen to like Metal Gear, this is worth it and it's a great game.
What about replay value?
That could be.
Is that not a consideration?
Sure. I think it could
But
be.
why is that a consideration?
I think it should be a consideration as to whether or not you buy something, and I don't have a problem with expressing value concerns in a separate part of the review.
Just saying it shouldn't affect
I just don't think it should
of the
affect
game.
a score or like if you say whether a game is great or not, shouldn't incorporate the price. I have no problem with telling
you just want a separation between the review and the value.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and that will solve that
would solve my problems.
But what would it solve overall?
It would not let how long a game is dictate what kind of score it gets. It would not give extra bumps in value to stuff like Bethesda games that seem to get the benefit of the doubt for everything because their games are 80 hours long and you can play them forever. It takes that part out. This is how I felt about the experience. You know what? You might want to know, which is kind of what they did with a lot of the Ground Zeroes reviews. They said, this is a really good game, but be careful. It really is very short. This is not, this isn't poppycock you're hearing out there. This is valid. This is a very short game, but if you love Metal Gear, it's for you.
But I mean, this is why so many of those sites are now dropping review scores, because they just write something up. They say, "Here was my experience. Take from it what you will, and judge for yourself." but those numbers, I agree, are problematic, and sales often hinge on them quite a bit. So
quite a bit. And games, I mean, this is the same with movies too. It's the amount of money going into them is like insane as well. I think there should be more discrepancy between pricing in games. Like I think certain games should charge $100 and or more, depending on how much went into it. And
is length a valid criticism?
It can be.
Why would it be?
I think it can be too.
Because sometimes you can extend the length of a game arbitrarily by doing the same things over and over again. I would even say for Fallout, I think what people would get out of that is at least the quests can get repetitive in gameplay, but the story, there's usually always story attached to a side quest or something that's lengthening the game. So you might uncover some quirky character with some weird references, and like just that experience of that quest was fun. So I can actually understand it in the Fallout case. I think a game that is getting blowback for this kind of stuff, and it's valid, is something like at least Assassin's Creed, not so much Unity. I liked Black Flag, but I felt by the end I was doing the same type of mission over and over again, and who I was doing it to or where I was doing it was not different enough to say, wow, other than it's making the game longer.
See, I would agree that that's a consideration. I guess I would think that would fall under like pacing, game pacing.
Yeah, sure.
Because if it was the same length, it's not the length, it's the pacing within the length, just like movies.
Totally.
If a movie is 80 minutes and it's just slowly paced, it can feel like 3 hours. Whereas a 3-hour movie, if it's really engaging, it can feel like 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yep.
But when is it not generally, when talking about length, a value thing? This game is 8 hours. This game's 3 hours.
It seems to become that way.
There are people that the length is all that matters, and the quality of the gameplay within that doesn't matter to them. Because maybe they don't have a lot of money to spend, and they only buy one game a year, and they're like, "What is going to give me the most bang for my buck?"
I mean, that has to be it has to be a consideration that not everybody can buy 3 or 4 games a month. Mm-hmm. People have to really pick and choose where they spend their money. And I would think a value thing would play a big role in that, would it not? But I can see your point still that, and it just comes down to I guess that separation between, like the story, the creative side, and then the side you were mentioning about supplying a technology or like an experience or whatever. It does kind of like blur that line. But I mean, it's similar to movies where we talk about special effects, and the story was great, this was great, but the special effects were kind of crappy. So that has an effect as well, which can be a result of budget. Should that be a factor? So I don't know. I think the way to look at it is just the majority of people reading them. What are they looking for? Are they looking for value? Then I would think a publication would be best to include that, or else people will go elsewhere.
And I think that's where it's at right now. I think the majority of, especially hardcore gamers, that is a huge thing. They care about value, and they don't want to.
I guess I'm alluding more to prejudices or things they like, that playing less of a factor than companies or stuff that don't like or aren't as popular with gamers right now.
Like if something truly, like for you, it's kind of, I guess EA has a reputation, so it's just a by default, the criticisms, it's lazy criticism that they're just going to fall back on value. But if something was truly valueless or was truly taking advantage of, getting people to pay $90 for a 1-hour experience that is not a great one, I would think that should be reflected in the review. You shouldn't read a review and say, this game played well, it was a fun experience, there is an issue with it, but we can't say what it is. You'll find out when you pay the $90.
No,
You might not be happy, but
I believe you. I understand the dilemma you're presenting, and I think you can easily extend those concerns within a review or some kind of system and rate an amazing 1 hour game appropriately and let people know that be careful, which I feel people do for games that they like or companies that they like, but then don't when it's a company that they hate or everyone hates and they know people want them to dig into EA.
And I think if that same 1 hour shitty game was $1, it shouldn't be good because it's $1. Like, you should rate it like it's shit.
But whether it's good or not is not, I don't think, a part of it. When you're talking about value, like, nothing that's shit is worth, well, I mean, Frank bought Goat Simulator for $3 and on sale, right?
Believe me, a lot of people have bought Goat Simulator, which is why I bought
because it's $3, right?
No, when it was...
Because it's good?
I heard good things about the game.
But I
still am not convinced it's not.
But there's, okay, would you think it's good if it was 90? That would not play a role. Like, is there not an area where price, you can do games like Goat Simulator because it's $3?
Let me put
you can't do a game like Goat Simulator if it's 90.
Let me put it this way. Geometry Wars.
Yeah.
That game was $10.
Yeah.
If I played it and got to play it for a while and said, well, that game's $100, I would still buy it.
You would, because
that's what I mean. It's a personal thing. The value thing is so subjective and personal.
I know, because and because it doesn't matter to you, you don't want it in reviews.
No, but okay. Well, let's take Dax as an example. World of Warcraft. I don't even want to count how much money he spent on that game because he loved it or still loves it.
For me, it was not. I haven't played it.
And that's where you put your own emphasis on value. And I just think it's education is not the issue. I'm not saying don't tell people how much something costs or whether it's worth it or not. But don't let your scores reflect that. Yeah. Like you can do both. You can rate a game for what it is objectively, aside from what it costs. And I
think a good example would be like if I made a game where you live in a world and it is your whole job is to walk from California to New York State in real time at walking speed, that'd be fucking great value for $1. Are you going to then rate it a 10 out of 10 because it'll take you fucking a year to play this game in real time?
Is it a great walking simulator?
It is a great fucking walking simulator, but is it fun? No. Is it a fun game? No.
But it's a 10 out of 10
Is it a great value?
Simulator.
It is a great value. You are immersed in a walking simulator for a year of your life. Is that worth your $1? Probably not.
I don't think.
I'd say it probably is.
Okay.
A buck? I'd throw a buck at it, yeah. But yeah, again, like I
what
agree
would
with
you
everything
review that score?
I agree with
what would you review it?
I haven't played it yet.
reviewed
I
it
don't
based
know.
on what I like
Could be a
of
great
it.
game.
Like if I enjoy
Right.
it, I agree with everything that everyone's saying. But that's what I think video games come down to. It's subjective. It's the personal feeling when you play it. Is that value worth it for you? And a lot of the times, like me, I'm basing it off of, hey, I love Star Wars. What are we doing here? Oh, we're basing it off Star Wars. We're basing it off of shooters, and I'm basing it off of, well, $80. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. I still want to because I want to do all the other things. I want to play it. I got to play it. So for me, it's like, and now that I've played it, I'm like, oh, it's totally justified for the value. Right?
So,
like,
but if value isn't a concern, why isn't everything $90?
because companies...
Because people are trying to find a way to... Well, games are budgeted and designed to be, like, to charge a certain
the budget,
amount.
then they'd make more profit.
Yes, but probably most likely people wouldn't
If
buy
Goat
them.
Simulator, if value is not a concern with Goat Simulator, then why not charge $90?
Well, okay,
Your point-
you're changing the story now. I'm not talking about
We're talking about review scores.
whether games are going to sell or not. I'm saying
Influenced
rating the game itself.
Like saying it's a 8 out of 10 only because it's too expensive. It would have been a 10 out of 10 if it was 60. is what they're talking about.
Is Ori and the Blind Forest a $20 game that got 9s and 8.5s and 10s? If that game costs $60, is it now a 5 out of 10? That doesn't make sense to me.
Then why not charge $60?
Because they know people probably won't pay for that.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they pay
Marketing.
for it?
For whatever reason. They're like,
Because
oh,
it's short?
This game's short. It's not worth $60.
Okay, so there's
Public perspective.
there seems
or
to be
perception.
is there not a natural, like, when you make a game, do you not have some sort of natural way of valuing what that game is
we
worth?
have
like
over
what you're
history.
going to charge?
Yeah, but someone's personal opinion could be, I like 10-hour games that I don't have to like sink 80 hours in to experience everything the game has to offer. Like some people might dislike a long game. Now you're putting your
But
own
that's the
value.
game again, that's the game itself.
No, I'm talking about if there might not be a reviewer that shares those sentiments, so I'm never going to get an accurate review for a game because they don't like short games. They like long games. So
Again, it's a personal thing.
It's
And I mean, I think what you're saying, Jay, like over the years, we know that. I mean, I remember like when I was a kid, every Nintendo game was within the $60 to $70 range. I couldn't get any of them because I was a poor welfare kid, couldn't get any. Right, one a year kind of thing. But I agree, there was over the years there's a kind of a general gray area of a game will be $60 to $80. So when something like Battlefront comes out, I don't remember how much it was, but if the problem is that it's 90 or something like that, or 80, and there's only what people consider to be half a game because there's only multiplayer in it, here's where all of a sudden people start going, well, I'm not getting my value for my money.
Well, did you guys as kids never buy a game, or your parents buy a game, and then you're like, that was a waste of money?
Every time. Yeah. Because they were all shit back then.
Because they were short, and they were...
No,
you never had that
graphics
experience
were
where you
shit.
finished it in a night, and it was like, that's it.
But as a kid, you don't pay. I mean,
I did.
Okay, so that was a disappointment, right? Would you have preferred your parents buy you, in retrospect, a different game that might have lasted you 5 nights?
I don't think so.
No, for me it was
No?
always I got the game because
You want that one game you get for that 3 months or whatever, or...
I always got
Well,
a
the
game
difference
because
was
of
I
the
didn't
subject
have-
matter.
It's
It was like,
not the same situation because I didn't have review scores to fall back on, right? So I never bought anything when I was
But
a
if you
kid.
did, then you would have instructed your parents to get something different.
He wouldn't have been influenced by the review score in that scenario. Whereas now, most buying decisions are probably influenced by review scores rather than like him reading it in a Nintendo Power or something like that, which is all Nintendo propaganda anyways. So, of course, you're going to want to buy the Nintendo product because that's what you're seeing being hyped up.
I don't get this
Back
anyway
in the day.
because the same people that we're discussing won't buy a game because a reviewer said it's 6 out of 10 are the same people that won't go and see Creed because Rotten Tomatoes. I mean, I'm pulling numbers out of my asshole here, but say Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 7 out of 10. Those are the same. If people, and I know they're out there, pay attention to that and base that off of what they're going to do, that's that kind of person. I want to pick up a game or go see a movie because I personally do, and the price, I know what I'm paying, doesn't matter.
I guess maybe my ultimate problem boils down to, which is going to seem a little hypocritical for me, is it's boiling. Jay's eyes are lighting up. He can't wait to hear this. A video game review score is being boiled down to a number, which, like a star rating and blah, 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 essentially is what it's being boiled down to, which drives sales. Mm-hmm. Now, as Sean said, with movies, the pricing scale is even for everything. So that it's negligible. Everything is at the same level. But with games, they're not. So now, like, by just looking at a number, it depends what that person thinks. Does that incorporate review? Does it not? Incorporate value? Does it not? Is it just based on the game? And without the context of the review, you don't know if that reviewer uses value as a determining factor or not, and all these other things. And a lot of people just go to Metacritic and look at numbers and do stuff like that, and that's what you're basing it on. So I just wish it was consistent, I guess, is ultimately what I'm saying. That
This is just this is just a genuine question, not poking the beast.
Okay.
So the fact that review scores are so important, are they so important because video games are so expensive? Why are they so important?
it's so weird to me that video games are considered expensive.
They are.
They're not.
Of course they are. $90 for one game?
90. Okay, first of all, let's not account for Canadian inflation.
Why? We're Canadians.
Okay, because for some reason that same inflation has not affected movie prices the same way. So it's not a fair comparison to me. So let's go to the States.
Well,
let me just.
It's what you're paying, but
please.
Okay.
So a Blu-ray in the States for a 2-hour movie is $25, right?
Mm-hmm.
A game comes out. I can't think of a game on Earth that would give you less than 2 hours of gameplay if you
except for
want
Metal Gear.
Even then, it's there. It's there if you want it.
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Like to me, it's double
because it's still
that's it?
It's still the money. Like no matter what amount you're getting, if you're a teenager and you've got $100 and you could buy 5 Blu-rays or one game, then that's a decision you have to make. You have to decide, if I'm going to sink this $100 into one thing, then it's going to be one thing that has to be worth my $100, wherever that $100 came from.
Man, we're still on this?
Oh yeah,
We're waiting for you to come back.
I'm telling you what, Sean. The review's going out on this one. 9 out of 10. Value on this podcast.
Oh yeah,
6 hours for free. Beautiful, great value.
Make sure you rank it at 10.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I've said all I have to say. Really,
I mean, it ultimately seems to come down to value is not a factor for people who aren't concerned about spending money. It is a factor for people who don't have money to spend.
Sure, and I guess again, my whole thing is, I feel like reviewers pick their spots when they want to use value as a crutch for something they don't want to like and want to single out versus stuff that they don't want to do that to. I feel like in the case of Battlefront, there was a clear targeting because it's EA that, we can really get them on this value thing this time, where they've given many games the benefit of the doubt.
Could part of it be because it's Star Wars?
Could be. It's
like this is a giant, one of the biggest movie franchises of all time. Disney owned, aligned with one of the biggest video game companies of all time. Why are we not getting equal value as a smaller company that doesn't have Disney behind it and a Star Wars brand?
I'm going to go even further. I don't even think it's the game itself. I think it's more about the DLC structure. People assume to experience everything they're going to need to spend $120. And that's what really bothers them. Mm-hmm. This is the perfect nexus of things to complain about it and say they're not getting what they should.
I do realize that when I first looked at, because I'm fairly new to Xbox and buying games digitally, and like in this new kind of, you're paying. I remember for Batman, it did the same thing. You can buy up front a year's worth of the DLC and stuff like that. So I'm being confronted by this, and not to me. I'm just like, no, I'll just get the base game and decide if I like it before I buy more. So in that case, that's how I dealt with it. And I feel like games are kind of changing and starting to go in that direction. And I just think because it's new-ish way of selling games, that the flack starts to come down. Like, a Star Wars game like $100, and it could be $130 before you get all the DLC, and we don't even get to see that. Not to mention it's only a multiplayer game. What the F? And people are getting mad. But the problem, and I don't have a problem with people doing that. And I think what Frank's saying, he doesn't have a problem with that. But it's people making that as part of as a negative on the actual gameplay, like the game itself.
Yeah, I think that's
what
exactly
you're actually playing shouldn't be taken away from because the value of it financially, doesn't equal what you're playing or whatever like that. I don't know.
So in equal measure, the criticism of there aren't very very many maps should not fairly be met with, well, there are more coming.
I don't know.
No, I think there aren't many maps is a valid criticism.
Yeah, like they're valid criticisms, but like
it would it be fair to, in a review, kind of frame this as this is kind of a starter kit? Like there's more stuff coming, so be prepared that if you want to go beyond what's here, you're going to have to spend this much money.
Sure, but I don't see that same approach being taken. They warn people about it with stuff like Disney Infinity, Skylanders, Lego Dimensions. But if you really account for the cost and value of that, I don't think it affects the review scores in any way the same way it did with Star Wars Battlefront.
Yeah, especially those fucking Skylanders. That's like $1,000 investments.
Which people know when they buy it, but every one of those games still gets an 8 and above, and it says, well, if you like it and your kids like it, it's good. It's a good game. Just be aware of the cost, and that was not the case with this game.
It could also be the fact that there were 2 previous games, which granted were from a previous generation. To be honest, I don't remember there being that many more options. Maybe there were more maps out of the gate with the other Battlefront games, but I feel like if it was just this was the first time they had released this, there may not have been quite as much of an uproar of it. But
anyway, I just wanted to... It's all about the EA tarnishing.
Did the previous Battlefronts have a campaign?
No. But they did seem, from what I remember, to have more options as far as single player. Like, it felt like there was a progression going through the different maps and all that kind of stuff. So, okay, so let's get on to other stuff we played. I don't know how much time we're going to spend on each of these games, but there's definitely some big ones to address. Frank, why don't you kick things off? I think maybe you've played the most, at least in terms of the big releases, and then we can all kind of chime in on what we've played with the same with you, and then...
Okay. Excuse me. I guess I'll start with Rise of the Tomb Raider, which was my most anticipated game of the year, and I completed it within 5 days, plowed through that bad boy. I love the game. I think it's on par with the first, better in some ways, way more variety of weapons, enemies, probably environments too. Just better in a lot of ways. Story, marginally better, I would say, compared to the first. The only thing I would say is a downside to it is a couple of really big areas, which, again, here's a subjective thing. I am not as big a fan of the huge areas. Even in the first Tomb Raider, there was one area that was bigger than the rest. And when it comes to collecting everything and using your map, it is not obvious how to get to certain places and how the certain things connect, and it can be very annoying traversing those areas. It's not horrible by any means, but it does feel like a bit of a different game almost when you're in those areas compared to the other linear ones. And I just wish they were a little smaller or split up into 2 levels. But overall, love the game and love the tombs. Very good puzzles. I feel like there's the same amount as the last game though. Everyone was saying, "Oh, they brought tombs back." Yeah, they're still optional, and there's, I think, close to the same amount as the first game. So I don't understand why that rebranding, or why no one is saying, well, it's pretty similar to what was there.
Yeah, I definitely heard that, but I haven't played enough of the first game to even know how that is. But
those are rewarding puzzles, and I would say the ending was a little weak. I barely even remember it, to be honest. But in terms of spectacular moments, fun gameplay, until we get a new Uncharted, it's as good as it's going to get, as far as I'm concerned. And I would rank both Tomb Raiders above Uncharted 3 and probably above 1, but below Uncharted 2.
Would you say you're physically attracted to Lara Croft?
Yeah, marginally, yeah.
Yeah?
It's about as close as it gets for a video game character, yeah.
Do you ever... Okay, are you...
Are
you guilty of stopping the game and just rotating the camera around the character?
No, I do not do that. Okay. There's a junk mail question, I believe.
Is there?
This,
okay.
Yeah.
Huxley, you played a little bit of it, right?
Yeah, I picked it up. Speaking of like value, I had so much to play. Back up. I bought an Xbox
No mentioning
One.
Value, Andrew.
I bought an Xbox One and loving every second of it. Got EA access. That's a deal like Frank was mentioning before. So much value there.
The Sony...
I'm not reviewing it based on the value, though. Don't worry, Jay.
The Sony fanboy
That's
has
right.
made the switch.
I'm a big sports guy, and when you throw basically every sports game for free or for $50 a year in my face, it's a pretty enticing.
$30 a year.
$30 here. Oh, is it? That is it?
Yeah, if you buy the year, it's only $30.
Oh, that's even better.
$250 a month. Get on it.
That's nothing. And I mean, I know last year I was kind of watching it, and the game. I think Madden came out before the season was even over to EA Access, like Madden 15.
Or
maybe right
it's
when
before the new one comes out. Usually 2 or 3 months before the new one.
Yeah, but I think some of the sports games were releasing at like the tail end of the season, like playoffs.
Maybe.
So you even get the current sports title before the sports season is even out. Anyways, yes, I have played Rise of the Tomb Raider. I got it for a $20 off sale on Amazon Digital Code. I'm going pure digital, just like Frank over there.
What?
Oh yeah, and
I'm doing it. I'm actually a sleeper cell for Microsoft.
I think so. Just the fact that, like, even with Battlefront, and we said, "Oh, we'll put it out to the listeners to play," and I think like there may have been some people on Xbox One that we just didn't notify or didn't notify us, but it seemed like everybody was like, "Oh, I would play if it was on PS4." Somehow Frank got us all on Xbone.
Yeah, baby.
Love the Xbone.
yeah, it's great, and Rise of the Tomb Raider is great. I've only played probably 2 hours of it or so, maybe 3, but it definitely has all the cinematic moments of the first one. The gameplay is still there. Seems like the crafting system is very similar to the first game. Gameplay is great. There's like silent sections and action sections, and it seems like the one thing that always gets brought up is like how Laura just like, or Lara, whatever her name is, just like kills Laura always just like kills tons of guys. Like she's a big murderer. Same with like Uncharted with Nathan Drake, but I don't know why that's an issue. Like it's a video game. Of course, like just because there's a good story wrapped around it, all of a sudden they're like being critiqued like real people.
I thought it always was the opposite. It came up, especially with the last game, that she gets the crap beat out of her, and it's kind of disturbing.
Well, I think they're saying like, oh, she's this innocent flower, and then she gets the shit beat out of her, and then all of a sudden she's a killer. Like this, like this switch gets flipped. And I think they're just
Haven't they seen that Jodie Foster movie? What's it called? The one where she has the gun.
The Brave one?
Yeah. That's what happens in
Flips
life.
the
I get
switch.
beaten up.
Nell, the Jodie Foster movie Nell.
No.
I have to mention 2 things. One thing I think it is better at is I think the visual pacing is much better than the last game. There's like the color palette and progression through levels is much better paced visually. And I have to talk about some major bugs in the game.
Oh yeah, you're telling me about that one.
I cannot get 100% in this game as it stands. A bird will not return in a side mission, in a misguided intelligence mission to be specific, and I voiced my concerns to Square Enix, Xbox. I found public bug-fixing forums and update trackers, and I'm glad to report this bug has been resolved and will be included in the next patch, so I'm very excited about that.
Did they give a date on that, when that next patch is coming?
Unfortunately, no.
Ouch.
I played a bit of the game, and I am at the point that Frank has referred to, the giant level.
Right.
And it just kills the momentum. Like, up until that point, this game was moving at a satisfying pace, and it was fun, and it was engaging. The environments were interesting. And then suddenly you get to this level, and it's just like, okay, you're going to be here for a while, and it doesn't look that interesting. Any variation is just, it feels like, here's a hut where the stove is on in this corner, and now here's another one where the stove is outside. Like, it's just not visually interesting, and I'm still in that area. And I'm finding that returning to the game, whenever I think, oh, maybe I'll play Tomb Raider in Intervention again, I think, oh, wait, I'm at that giant fucking level. And then I just, move on to something else.
Well, I tried to get through the first game a couple times, and I think both times I kind of got to the first slightly open world area. I don't even think it's the bigger open world area, and I just kind of was like, okay, and never went back to it. So I don't know what it is. I can't explain why suddenly having, like, you know, something that, you know, I guess because I like the Uncharted series and I was hoping for that experience with Tomb Raider, you know, you feel like you're going to get that linear, streamlined, hold your hand through the whole thing, and then you kind of get dumped in these areas, and you're like, I don't know if I'm that interested in exploring all of this, but I don't know. I do like exploration in certain games, so it's hard to say. Frank, what else was on your playlist?
Just because I actually don't mind the exploration. It's the map does not help you explore it very well, I'd say.
Right.
Let's say next on the list, Halo 5.
Sure.
The campaign of which I finished last night. And, you know, this one did not do a lot for me. And I might not be the target audience. I thought, I do not care about the story at all. There's like this backstory and like canon to Halo, which I do not understand at all. Even the basics, like from Halo 1 and the Forerunners and Arbiter from Halo 2 all come back in this. I'm like, I have no idea why any of these are significant and why these Covenant are on your side and these other ones aren't, and what is going... I have no clue what the fuck is going on in this game. And furthermore, I don't care. I just want to finish the campaign and get some big spectacle moments and some cool backgrounds and scenarios. And I would say in terms of that, I was even getting burnt out on that in this. It's still fun in some respects, but I found there was less moments where you're getting like the vehicles, and there's these mantis suits, which I heard come down at one point in the game, and I couldn't find them anywhere. I finally got to use one later, and it was amazing. And I couldn't even find it the first time. I felt like an idiot, but I literally looked for I don't know how long, and they weren't highlighted on my map or the tracking system that's there for quest tracking, and that's a big fail. And it's just, I still like it, but they got to make some bigger steps in the next one to get variety back. In terms of enemies compared to Halo 4, the only thing they really introduce is like this warden, this big boss. It's not even a boss, really. It's just like a bigger enemy, and you fight this thing like so many times, or 2 at a time and 3 at a time, and I was just sick of it by the end. I just finished this game. Although there was one cool level towards the end of the game, and like all the Halo games, the backgrounds are pretty awesome. But it was good. Certainly nothing amazing, or what I'd expect from a Halo game.
Yeah, no, Huck City had sent out a text at some point saying that he felt that 343 killed the Halo series, and I will admit, when I played the first chunk of this game, I liked it, but then I just there was nothing memorable about it. And I kind of agreed with you, but then I went back and played a bit more last night, and I think it's a pretty solid game still. I feel like they've nailed technically, like, gameplay and everything feels super tight and all that, but I just feel like they're not pushing things forward in terms of the campaign. And for me, Halo Reach was the last Halo game I played where there were memorable set pieces and really
absolutely
great action sequences and stuff. And so I mean, I
they
think
treat their subject matter way too preciously. Like,
I agree with you with the story that it's a mess.
Like, everyone is going to care about the most subtle thing in the Halo world because they care, or a small portion of gamers care that much about Halo. They need to like broaden their stories, and just adding what's his fucking face?
Nathan Fillion.
Well, to appease people is not good enough.
Well, I was going to say, though, like, a lot of people complain that there's not enough Master Chief in the game. It's like, I don't care about Master Chief. Like, I was happy that there were some new characters to follow and stuff.
If anything, the thing you miss is Cortana.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, at least Cortana was a compelling narrator or guiding you along. there's so many voices doing that in this game that you just drown them all out by the end.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's like we're talking about the campaign, and then there's this whole other half of the game, which I haven't played any of it, and a lot of people only buy it for the multiplayer. So I feel like I'm sure 343 they're focusing mostly on the multiplayer, and the campaign is just sort of it's got to be good, but that's not.
It's still pretty good for a campaign. I have to give it credit. I'm just kind of burnt out on Halo.
Yeah, and I think that is an issue.
And the multiplayer, some of the few new modes I played were pretty good. Like Breakout, I liked a lot, and I haven't done the new objective-based one yet, but I still think it's pretty good. I'm glad I picked it up.
So the reason for my text was I've only played the single player of Halo 4 and 5, but I found the same thing happening in Halo 5 that happened at the beginning of Halo 4, which turned me off Halo 4 as well, is that you start off and it's this huge, open, but still linear section with just a shit ton of enemies. And you have your gun, the like Spartan gun or whatever you call it, and I love that gun. And you run out of ammo, like, fucking right away. So 2 minutes into the game, I have to toss away my gun, because there's no Spartan ammo anywhere in this fucking game.
And you have to use alien guns for the rest
and now I'm grabbing, like, random alien guns, and I'm switching guns every 2 seconds, because I'm running out of ammo all the time. And, like, that's not fun as an initial, like, entry into a game for me. I don't like having to, like, figure out a new game or a new gun every 2 seconds of firing. So what I started doing is I just started sprinting towards waypoints and fucking butt-ending anyone that was in my way, and I didn't shoot anybody, and I ended up getting, like, pretty far in that area, and then I just shut it off, because I was like, this is not fun at all. And I found that same thing happened in Halo 4. There was just, like, these large areas with lots of enemies, and you try to shoot them, and then there's just tons and tons, and you run out of ammo, and that's not fun for me. I don't recall Halo 1, 2, 3, 4, Reach, ODST ever doing anything like that. And it just turned me off.
I mean, I like the variety of weapons, but I think this is maybe, again, a result of we're on Halo, well, I guess technically the 7th Halo game now, or 8th if you count Halo Wars. Like, so they're just throwing in different power-ups, different weapons every time, and it just gets to the point where maybe it's a little too much now. Maybe they need to scale some of that back. I don't know. But I do like switching up weapons. It's just sometimes you get in a section where there's no weapons you enjoy using, and then it's kind of a chore. But
it doesn't feel like the weapons are there for a reason. It feels like they're just there to be there. Like, because a guy was dead and dropped them, because just there's so many dudes.
But it does make sense why there's no Spartan weapons, right? Because you're not on the Spartan planet, so
yeah, but you're a fucking Spartan. You don't bring any
show
backup
up with
ammo.
Some more ammo.
Like, I bring one 300 ammo clip with me. On a fucking
this will probably do for that planet. This will probably do.
I only need 300 bullets. There's only 300 guys down there.
I'm sure they could get around it. They could drop supplies and stuff, but did you play this game, Jay?
I did. I think I was having the most fun with this game, although I will agree with Andrew that I felt that the opening, the pacing of the opening, that I was in this big room and it just seemed to take forever to kill everybody. And it was like shooting long range with a short range weapon. And at first I was just like, okay, if this is going to be the whole thing, which it kind of is, but maybe I just got used to it after a while. And I actually liked the other players or the teammates. Like, it felt like I was playing with people. I thought it was successful in giving the feeling that I was with a team. And I like the sound design. I think the music is really good. I like the look of it. I just like the vehicle sections where you can just get into any vehicle and your teammate will come with you and it feels like you're cooperating. And I did not have a problem with the lack of Cortana, but that's just me. But I haven't played a Halo game, I think, since Halo 2, so
you're not burnt out on it either at this point.
No. But one question that's interesting, and this is not rehashing this discussion because we talked about Battlefront long enough, but I find it interesting that we've mentioned a bunch of games that have multiplayer and campaign, and everyone keeps saying they didn't play the multiplayer, that they only played the campaign. So if Battlefront was released with a campaign, would you even played the multiplayer? Based on what you're saying about these
multiplayer, like people, like I would have, but I would have also played the campaign through to the end. I think that.
But specifically, like you said, you hadn't played any of the Halo campaign or multiplayer.
Yeah, no, I've
Sean,
never played.
You played a little bit, or
not the Halo multiplayer in this game, but I feel like I would have played Halo multiplayer if Battlefront hadn't have come out, because I do generally. That's one of the few games I do generally play a little bit of the multiplayer of.
But if Battlefront came out with both, you would play the multiplayer?
I mean, it depends. Like, obviously, it's a game that's, if it's being sold on the multiplayer, and that seems like something that I need to experience and that I think would be fun, then I would try it. But if the campaign is the main thing, then I might be satisfied with just that. I mean, generally,
is the campaign the main thing on Halo?
For some people, it is. I would assume a lot of people just play multiplayer. But I've always... I mean, the campaign is not just a throw-in thing. Like, I would say with the Call of Duty games, in a lot of cases, the campaign is just thrown in there. And No?
No.
It's just interesting that for something that's a huge part of the game, you guys aren't really playing it.
Well, I'd say that's...
But with Battlefront, it is the game.
But I think you could look at that as a bonus for Battlefront. Like, they put the emphasis on that, making sure that was fun and awesome, and they designed the game around that rather than having to come up with a system that would work for both necessarily.
It's just interesting that the multiplayer falls to the side, and that's the selling point of Battlefront when you have the option with all of these other games, and it's not even it doesn't seem to be the selling point.
But the main reason why that's compelling for Battlefront is what Dak said, in that it's immersive and it's Star Wars. I have no interest in being immersed in Halo. The Black Ops universe or the Halo universe. I do have an interest in being immersed in Star Wars and participating in it, in fantasy and fan fiction.
But I mean, I think
and cosplay.
I think it also comes back to the fact that we generally don't play a ton of online multiplayer stuff anyway, and I think people often, listeners of the show, have called us out on that fact. But whether it's due to time constraints or just our own personal interests, that's generally not a thing we do.
Yeah,
I must say I am more of a single campaign player as well, single player, and I would say I was almost peer pressured into getting Battlefront. I probably wouldn't have bought it if I didn't know like all you guys were also going to be getting it. Yeah. I probably would have just left it alone.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on Halo? No?
No, not for Halo.
Okay.
Let's do Guitar Hero?
Well,
Guitar Hero Live?
Why don't you give us Rock Band first, because you're the only one who played it, I think.
I bought this beautiful set. Got a great deal. Also bought it digitally because you don't want to be putting that disc in ever.
What? Why?
You bought the disc and the digital?
Yes, we've been over this before. I was just reminding you so you could make fun of me. And what a disappointment Rock Band 4 was. I feel like it is Rock Band 1.
Yeah?
Level of like customization, tour, everything that's going on. I'm not sure. I wonder if because 2 and 3 had a publisher, if they almost owned some of the features or code for those features that were in those installments, because it feels really stripped back to the original version, like in a big way. And the tour is just like getting started. For someone who's played this game a lot, I'm playing the same songs over and over again, and they're my only choices, including DLC. Like, using difficulty as a factor. Just let me pick the songs I want. And very little customization on characters. Where like, you're essentially every bit there's very little variety in your band if you're making your own band.
Quick question.
Is this a value question?
Rock Band. Is value a consideration with Rock Band with the amount of songs you get with it?
No.
No?
Not for me.
No. Well, I'm hoping...
My value is...
I'm hoping you can speak not just from your perspective, but generally.
Okay.
I think it would be song... Like, which songs?
Like, if you... would you argue if there's 5 solid songs, then the $160 price point would be...
Well, no.
Okay, so there is a value.
Well, here's the difference. It's not... It's... If there's no songs in the game, there's no game.
Right. Like if there's no maps, there's no game.
Not quite the same.
Can you not equate a song to a map?
No, because the experience of this is not like where you're doing it. It's literally what you're doing, which is 2 minutes long.
But it's the song as well, right? Like this is an awesome song to be playing, just like this is an awesome environment to be killing.
It's not quite the same.
It'd be like if you were in one map with just yourself.
Yes.
Having fun or not having fun.
That's a good point. You're not competing with anyone else. You're not...
Well, I'm not comparing the gameplay. I'm just saying I would assume that for these games, value would be more of a factor because the song list is key, right?
Well, I mean, that's changed a little bit because of the DLC stuff. And I mean, you can get into the same argument with Battlefront where it's like, well, they only give you this many songs because they want you to buy more. But at least with this, anything you've bought previously you can use with
My
it as well,
complaint with
right?
this game is not about value. It's that out of the 80 songs that come on the disc and whatever ones I own, when I go to start a tour, I can only pick 10 out of those 600 songs because the game's saying at this stage in your career, these are the only songs you can play, and they're the same ones for the first 20 gigs. And I have all these songs, and I can't even play them. I own these, and I can't play them. The game is saying, your band's not ready for these songs yet, even though I've played every other version of this game. And that's what's bothering me. And then even just getting your old DLC, they have a menu that, like, if you browse through the songs, it'll say whether you own it or not, but it doesn't refresh properly. Like, it's literally broken. It doesn't work. And I don't know. I've had issues on Xbox One with instruments dying out and getting frozen and being stuck in and you have to like turn the instrument off, turn it back on. There's quite a few problems with it, and
sounds like it might not be up to value.
Do you think this game was maybe rushed when they found out a new Guitar Hero was coming out?
I mean, honestly, I don't know what happened, if it's a small team or what.
Was Guitar Hero the first one to announce?
No,
yeah, I don't
Rock
know.
Band 4 was.
Oh,
but that doesn't mean they didn't have
inside scoop,
or something like that. But it's been pretty disappointing. I will say this: they're adding new stuff to it all the time, and new modes and leaderboards. So it does feel like they're always working to make the game better. But I still play it a lot. Like I enjoy Rock Band, so I still play it a bit. But in terms of comparing it to 2 and 3. It's a big step down, in my opinion. Not an even marginal improvement from Part 3.
So gameplay-wise, they didn't really change anything, right?
Well, the whole career mode stripped down, and like all the customization stuff is like a fraction of what it used to be. There's no pro stuff anymore. They've cut a lot out of the game.
But that's just like progression through the game. Like
There's
when
no
you're actually
leaderboards
playing a song.
There's no leaderboards anymore. There's no multiplayer anymore.
Okay. But when you're actually playing a song, is it the exact same as...
Yeah, they've
Rock
added
Band
freestyle solos, which I'm not that crazy about, to be honest.
So
and freestyle vocals, which are okay.
All right, okay.
But not much has changed.
Right.
At all. Which is okay. I like Rock Band the way it is. But I don't like that they've regressed the way I can play the game when I already have an expectation as to what that should be.
Right.
From the last game. Big bummer.
And I guess we should mention that you can use previous generation instruments in some situations.
Not in Canada, unfortunately.
Well, this was the thing. When the game first launched, there was a adapter you could buy, but it was only available in the U.S. and even in the US, I think it was hard to find. Correct, Frank?
That is correct. Their launch was a complete clusterfuck.
Yeah, so a lot of people had to do what you did, which is buy the entire whole
I was going to do that anyway.
thing
so
again.
Let's not put that on.
So for this rock band, you bought a brand new drum set, new bass, and new guitar and mic.
Well, just one guitar and mic, yes, and the game.
Oh, that's right, they don't have bass. But you can have an extra... Like, is it the same gameplay? Like you can play with 4 people or whatever like that? Like,
Right now, only 3 until I get an adapter,
okay.
which is lame. Or buy another new guitar.
What do you think? Are these drums more sensitive? Like, I mean, I remember there's always
No,
problems.
they're very similar.
Very similar.
They're well made. Very well made.
Definitely worth.
I don't know. I don't. Does anyone else feel like the rock band thing is over? I mean, like,
Well, I mean,
I had this discussion when he was buying them, and I could not get over the idea of knowing what happened to all of those instruments from the original game, how valueless they are now. Like that, the fact that all of these people
Everyone has,
have
like,
them
6
stashed
sets.
in a closet, and they're all piled up. No one uses them anymore. You can't get rid of these things. And the idea of this game asking you to buy more of them is a big ask, I would think. Not for you, of course. You bought 2 versions of the game, but for the average person, it's a big ask.
You don't have to though. I just think they really screwed up the release by not having that adapter readily available with the game, so people could use their old stuff.
But obviously on
like
purpose.
That's the biggest fail. I don't think it is.
Oh, come on.
I really don't.
Whoops, we only shipped 10,000 of these units. Whoops.
Well, the fact that they're not available in Canada is a big thing too.
Yeah. Oh, it's
But
bad.
I mean, that's the problem when you're making your own hardware for a game. Like, it's hard to get that stuff out in time.
Well,
and
if we're gonna talk about hardware, let's segue into Guitar Hero Live,
let's do it.
which the game itself I love. The first 5 hours I was playing this game, I was rekindling that love for Guitar Hero, and the streaming TV mode was amazing to me. Always bouncing between new songs, even if I wasn't that crazy about it. You get something kind of neat out of it. It's almost less time than it would take backing out and picking a new song and that whole ordeal. So you just kind of go with the flow, change channels if you want. I love the new setup. Like, learning a new way to play is fun, and those same feelings you get playing.
It's like different fret locations, right?
Yeah, it's like 3 buttons above 3, and I loved it. And then my guitar essentially wouldn't work after 5 hours. And I've looked online, and tons of people have this problem. And the guitar.
So you can't play anymore at all?
So I returned that guitar, got a new one. It started off okay, but it's starting to have some of the same issues. And
Red String of Death. You get it?
No, yeah, I get it. But it's a great game, but terrible hardware.
See, now that shit would piss me off. Like, if I had bought a game like that and spent whatever money it was. How much is Guitar Hero?
I think
with the guitar,
he got it for a good deal. What?
I think I paid $100.
And that gets you one guitar in the game, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'd be pissed if my only way of playing this game was with this guitar. I mean, forget the fact that it's $100 because I'll drop $100 on whatever, a Warcraft character transmute or whatever. but if my only way to play this game breaks after 5 hours of me playing it, I'd be fucking furious.
I was, especially if you're loving it.
Yeah,
5 hours is not.
That doesn't seem good. And what's one thing I don't think people realize is that the original Rock Band games in Guitar Hero, the hardware was pretty solid. Like,
I still use my Guitar Hero 2
and,
guitar, and it's my favorite guitar to use.
Yeah. Either way, I'd be pissed about that.
I haven't played 5 hours yet, so I guess
this might never be an issue.
It might not. But I mean, so I was trying to decide between the 2 games and opted for Guitar Hero because it sounded like it was at least trying some new things, and it is good. Like, I like it, but I mean, I feel like there's been so many other games that came out. I kind of haven't gone back to it since the first couple of days I played it, but I found the 2 fret thing. I was excited about that. I actually found it like confusing. I don't know, like maybe if I play a bit more, it'll just come naturally. But the UI for it, it's just white and black is the color coding for which fret it's on. And in my head, I just could never. I could not associate
more simple binary color separation than.
Yeah, but I just couldn't in my head like associate one to one fret and one to the other fret. Like it just didn't seem a natural
fret or string.
thing.
Like
he's talking about strings and a fret.
String.
Or sorry, string.
Strings.
Yeah. So like
essentially 2 strings, 3 frets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 notes.
So something about it in my brain just was not clicking, and I don't know if there would have been an easier way to represent that on screen. Maybe not.
You'll get used to it, man.
Yeah,
it's the same
probably.
way when you played first Guitar Hero. You'd fuck up all the time, and your hand position you're just not as aware. And
yeah, but
you
I
get
feel
there,
like
brother.
the color coding was just like, a super intuitive thing, and this is a little bit harder to get past. But the Guitar Hero TV thing, I think, is pretty awesome. And I mean, it seems on the surface like maybe people would look at that and think, oh, that's a cheesy substitute for like, why can't we just have more songs or something? But I think it actually adds more longevity to the game, because you keep coming back to see, like, it's the thrill of turning on the radio and what's there. Like, you never know.
I prefer seeing the music video than seeing
that's cool
a computer
too.
band.
Yep.
I admit, like, the live video stuff is kind of lame.
Yeah, I'm not super crazy about that.
I almost don't even touch it. So, but just want to say, IGN gave Rock Band 4 an 8.8, Guitar Hero Live a 7.9. We'll also mention the fact that there was a paid-for week-long daily feature for Rock Band 4, where they would talk about the game every day for a week, and somehow that game got a better review than Guitar Hero. I don't understand. It just seems weird to me.
Mind-boggling.
I'd be curious to know what the sales are like between those two.
Not good, I don't think.
Well,
for either.
I'm sure not. Both of them are not great, but I wonder if one's doing better than the other, because it feels like for a long time Rock Band had the street cred. People are like, "Oh, Rock Band's way better than Guitar Hero." Guitar Hero sold out, and they're just watering it down. But it does feel like this time around, Guitar Hero brought something new, and Rock Band did not. So.
And Guitar Hero or Rock Band probably had a better marketing strategy. Like, they put out surveys and stuff like that, and I think they were clearly aware that it was a niche market for them, people who still like love those games and want a new one, and that's who they were catering everything to, rather than having people want new Rock Band for Christmas.
Right.
And that clearly seems to be their strategy, where Guitar Hero was trying to re-win everybody over, and I don't think that was a smart business move. Even though I think the game is quite good, if not broken, which is the worst.
Yeah.
But that, just to be clear, I haven't seen that factor into any review I've read for the game, that the guitar was faulty.
Because most people probably, when they do the reviews, only play for an hour or two, and the guitar's
or
fine.
When they ship the game to reviewers, they make sure
they get a good guitar.
Yes.
Yeah, that is definitely. I mean, so there's been nothing from Activision about this, about a replacement plan or anything?
I just got fed up. I was waiting until, people have home fixes for stuff or something, and haven't gone back to it.
How annoying is that shit?
Or once they get it fixed, I'll send it to Activision and get it replaced.
Right. Okay.
Ooh, maybe I'll talk about Fallout 4 briefly. Played it for about 5 hours. Still do not get the allure of Fallout 4.
I mean, it is one of those games that crosses over like a whole, like, people who don't ever play games will pick up Fallout.
I mean, I was confused on the first quest when I got out of the vault, and it was kill the insects. They're not on your map. It doesn't say what you are. You don't even have to do it. You just have to keep progressing to the next thing. I mean, it's a buggy game. My dog has gotten lost so many times. I had no idea where the dog was. Everyone's like, just wait, it'll come back, blah, blah, blah. Like, if you didn't know this stuff or have the internet, I mean, the game is pretty much broken for the most part. It's cool, but it is not deserving of the reviews it's getting at all. Except people love it, and they've played the other ones, so they know all the rules, and they're willing to go along with it. But
is it Detroit this time around? Is where
no,
it's
Boston.
At? Oh, Boston. That's right.
I mean, it's for next gen. It's pretty ugly. Like the environment isn't bad, but the characters are gross. Animations are gross. It really is. It's shocking to me.
I played Fallout 3
to
because I didn't want to buy Fallout 4, and I think I got it on some super Steam sale years ago, and the only reason I liked it a little more than I think I tried to play it a little while ago and couldn't get into it, hated it, but was that I'd actually been to Washington D.C., so I recognized stations and landmarks, so it made it feel a little more real to be walking around that area.
I like that about the environment too.
Yeah, but I had the same sort of issues with Fallout 3. Is there's just the map is not super great. You have to go through all these subway systems that are who knows where you're going in there, and I ended up getting to this spot where the difficulty spiked incredibly, and it was the right place to go. I thought I had gone the wrong way.
Sure.
So then I turned around, I start going back, trying to find another way, and sure enough, there isn't. It's the right way. So I have to go and, figure out how to beat all these stupid guys that are now way higher level, and just wasn't that fun.
I'm not an inexperienced gamer. I'm not, hey, the game told you this, you missed it. If it does tell it to you, I mean, even the tutorials in the top left are so quick and so easy to miss. You could miss something so easily. I mean, I've tried to force feed Fallout more than any other game series in history, and I will continue to do so over the holidays, but I am trying to see what other people see in it, and I cannot. Maybe just played a bit of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Seemed pretty good.
I was until Battlefront and Guild Wars. I mean, that literally takes all my time. So I was considering Syndicate because, of course, I love that. I love that series.
So do I.
I bought Rogue pretty much right after back to back of Black Flag, and was like, "Fuck, I'm done with this," because it's literally the exact same game with icebergs. So I didn't get anywhere near in Rogue.
That's pretty cool. I like icebergs.
No, when in Rogue, you're basically it's not in the Caribbean anymore. It's just up a little bit.
North Atlantic.
Yeah, in the Pacific or something like that. And there's icebergs, and you can shoot the icebergs, and it causes waves, and it knocks ships over and stuff like that. It was literally the exact same game. Oh. I just kind of was like, I'm done with this for now. But how was Syndicate? Do you think I would like it?
You're twins, essentially, so you get two characters.
Two playable characters?
Yeah. A brother and sister, so you're going back and forth between them if you like.
Not a huge. I'm more of a role playing guy. I'm not a fan of playing the opposite sex. That's why I didn't play Tomb Raider.
Man, people have been demanding female character in Assassin's Creed.
I don't have a problem with that.
Shitting all over.
No, I have no problem with that. I'm just saying, for me, I role play as a guy.
Isn't that the exact reason females don't want to play as men? Exactly how Dax feels about playing as females.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, can you imagine if you're a girl and you have that feeling?
You never get to play a game ever.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's okay. I wish, but right after it came out, it was fucking Tomb Raider, boom, Halo, boom,
right,
Battlefront, boom. It's crazy.
Gears, boom.
Yeah, we played Gears a bit co-op.
Yeah.
I love it.
It is great. That game still stands up,
awesome,
and it looks
co-op
great.
Campaign.
This is the Ultimate Edition?
Yeah. Just
I'm still waiting for the 360 Gears games to come to my library, though. Have they come to yours?
No, they will send you codes for those in your messages, which they haven't done yet.
Okay.
So that Gears was just the original one redone? Is that how it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, up-resed and stuff.
You tried to get me to buy that so many times. Just get it. It's $4 right now. If all you got to do is go online, you get a code, you plug it in, then you go over here, and then you get all the other games, and it's backwards compatible, and you get all the other ones, and it's gonna be fucking awesome. And I was just like, dude, I don't even know how to log into my Xbox account.
We've all had the Frankie hard sell.
It worked on me this time.
I'll say, Jackbox Pack 2. We all played a bit.
Yes,
and it was kind of a disappointment. I mean, I already had Quiplash on its own, which is clearly the best game in the bunch.
Mm-hmm.
And the new ones,
what were the other ones?
The sound
again?
one was not good.
Oh yeah, the sound one. I feel like
it
it could have been fun. We didn't give it much of a chance.
Is this what we played on our phones that night? Yeah, that was kind of fun.
The bidding one,
the art one was great.
It was terrible.
I loved it.
Brutal.
None of us knew how to
Dax
do it,
loves
though.
an art one.
None of us knew how to do it.
No, it was like compared to Drawful, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Forget it. So definitely a little disappointed with round 2 of the Jackbox. I think that's it for me. I'll say Forza 6. I've probably put about 10 or 11 hours into, and I can't play it for extended periods of time. I even did 2 extended races while watching NFL football because they're so boring that you almost don't have to do anything, but I like it. I like the mods. They've added mods for each race. You can like buy these cards and give yourself a boost in this or add a challenge with this for more credits, and it's a nice little wrinkle and it's not too complicated.
Okay. Huck City?
I just want to say I played a little more Metal Gear Solid 5, and I must say after playing Tomb Raider and doing the stealth in Tomb Raider, I appreciate Metal Gear Solid 5 even more.
Really?
Yeah, because I literally in Tomb Raider went up and there was 2 guys with their backs to each other, and I walked right in between them and I silent killed one of them, and the guy made a shit ton of noise and the other guy didn't react at all. So and I know in Metal Gear Solid that other guy would have definitely heard something and like turned around and been more realistic.
Well, that is such a Huck City thing, like in AI.
I love it.
But Jay, you had some interesting thoughts about the stealth in Tomb Raider when we talked once.
I did?
Yes. You liked how certain things...
Oh, right. Where you didn't... It would just automatically... Like, if you're walking past a window, it would automatically duck, and you wouldn't have to think about that. Or if you go into a cave, it would automatically pull out your flare.
Yep.
I like that because it's like there are certain things that I don't think you need to do. When she walks into a dark cave, she's obviously going to pull out a flare. I don't care about pressing a button that's an obligation.
You're saying you don't want to walk around in pitch black and not know where you're going?
Yeah. So, I mean, if the only option is to press this button, have her pull out a flare, then just do it automatically. So I like that it kind of just, guided you in that way.
Yeah, I agree. I played...
Thanks, Frank. I totally forgot about that.
No problem, bud.
I've been playing a lot of Madden. I got that in my Xbox bundle, and I love that game a lot. They do a lot of really fun things. I just started GM Connected, and they did a lot of stuff. I have some gripes with the off-season stuff, mainly the trading, and that you can't actually see the stats of the guys in the trade window.
Saw your tweet.
You have to go back to the rosters, look at the team, and then look at the guy, and then go back into the trading window and pick him. And then if you don't get it and want to add guys, you got to back all the way out. It's just not well designed at all. It's so frustrating.
Well, we both love the RPG elements.
Yeah, the RPG elements are great. Yeah. And I just found out how to use my coach points, which I hadn't been using before. I played a lot of small games, actually. Well, I played more. I got a lot of games from the library, Mad Max, Until Dawn, Rare Replay, all this stuff, but I'm not going to talk about those. I played a game called Westerado. It's an Adult Swim game. It's a Western 2D, and you can only shoot left and right. And the whole premise of the game is someone murdered your family, and then you have to hunt them down. And you don't know anything about the person, and as you complete quests, they fill in sort of little tidbits about the guy who killed your family. So you do a quest, and the guy's like, oh yeah, I heard about that guy. He was wearing brown pants. And it's dynamic every time you play the game. And when you find him in the world, so in the game you can accuse anyone of being the person that killed your family. But when you find the actual person, then the end game sequence plays out, and you can find them at any time in the game, and you can kill anyone in the game. It's kind of neat little small Western game.
Speaking of, can I interrupt?
Yeah.
What has anyone heard anything about the next Red Dead? Are they doing one? Because I need that in my life.
No, nothing's been announced.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying
they're doing it though. Obviously,
they better be. Oh my!
I know Pactor, the Pack Attack, predicted that the next Rockstar release will be Midnight Club Racing.
Really?
What?
That's an interesting
That's what he
release.
said. That was the Pactor Factor, his new show.
I'm hoping Bully 2.
I would love Bully too.
Whatever. Either way, I want another Red Dead Redemption.
Another small game I played was Shadowrun Returns. It was one of the first kind of like Kickstarter games that hit it big, and that game's basically what the fuck's that game? That XCOM, the newest XCOM game. Same sort of style, same sort of gameplay, but much less polish, and is set in the Shadowrun universe. I really enjoyed it. I like that XCOM style of game, that isometric tactical game.
When is XCOM 2 come out? Soon, right?
Yeah, early next year. I think February or March.
Okay.
I got it on my Steam wish list. Surprisingly, it's Steam only.
Yeah, PC exclusive.
Boom.
Which is a little surprising.
Weak.
I played another small indie game called The Detail. It's sort of like I just played it today, actually. It's an adventure game that's basically like a living comic book kind of thing. So everything is sort of cartoony style, mainly just story-driven comic book scenes, whatever you call the slides in a comic book as they kind of go along.
Panels?
Panels, yes. And then once the story kind of plays out, you go into a comic book looking scene and you walk around. It's a pretty basic role-playing game or adventure game, but it was made by a small team out of Finland. So I decided to give it a whirl. It was cheap. It's like $3.
Nice.
Good value.
Yeah, great value. And then
10 out of 10.
And then I played a iOS game called Space Age, which is a adventure game, almost RTS hybrid, where you move a group or groups of, or a single person or groups of people around a map, and there's a fog of war. But really, all you're doing is trying to go from point A to point B and solve little adventure game type puzzles. And it was actually really, really fun, and one of the few iOS games I ever play. And then the last game I'm going to talk about is a RPG that came out on Steam called Undertale, which is in all these Game of the Year talks now.
Oh, I'm hearing a lot about it.
Yeah, so I picked it up thinking, okay, what the heck's with this game? It has very basic graphics, almost like a cross between Nintendo and SNES style. I would categorize it.
Am I the only one who's bothered by that?
I'm almost
SNES
vomiting in my
style?
mouth.
No, like being a cross between NES and SNES. Like either be NES or be SNES. I hate that these games all live in a world between them. Commit to one of the aesthetics.
Yeah.
And the rules, whether it's color count or other things. Just, ugh. I guess I'm the only one that's bothered by this.
Yes, you are.
Free your mind, Frank.
You do have a certain rigidity to your opinions, Frank.
Yeah.
So this Undertale game is interesting. It has a very weird setting. Essentially, you die or something. Somehow you go into the underworld and you're trying to escape the underworld. That's basically the whole premise I've been able to get out of it so far. There are very memorable, funny characters that kind of keep repeating themselves and coming back. And the weird thing is, though, I think the game is 6 to 8 hours long. I've played for about 2 hours. And by the praise this game has been getting, I expected there to be a lot more puzzles. I think I've only faced really like 2 puzzles, and they've been very basic. There's only been one that has been, I would consider, difficult. And I was surprised because I thought the reason this game was so well received was that the puzzles were hard or they were interesting. And I haven't found that. The battle system is kind of interesting because it has RPG battles, kind of like Dragon Quest or Dragon Warrior. And you can fight enemies or talk to them. And you can it's almost like you talk them out of the fight and then you spare them. And there are interesting things when you go to fight. It's not just simple like mash X to fight. There's a little almost mini game that pops up every time, and you have to navigate around things that are coming to hit. You have a little heart in the middle of your screen, and you get to move that in up, down, left, right, and try to avoid things that are coming at you. Or there's other things that are color-coded green that heal you. There's other things that are color-coded blue that you need to stand still while they pass over you. So that aspect of the game is a neat little thing, but it's not driving me. Like, I'm not considering this game of the year yet, so I'm wondering if there's some sort of end game, mind-blowing journalist love
there's
going
to be a twist.
Yeah, I'm sensing the last half an hour of this game is amazing, so it's game of the year kind of twist that journalists seem to love, or whatever we're calling games reporting.
Journalists.
And yeah, so that's it. I don't know why it's game of the year yet. I'm apparently a third of the way done, and I don't see anything driving me to be game of the year. Basically, it's like a walking simulator with some battles and the occasional puzzle so far.
I mean, I've heard people say what you said earlier, which is that there's some memorable characters and stuff. So
yeah, I guess like there's one or two guys that are recurring and kind of funny in their antics. They're just kind of out there, but not. I wouldn't consider them to be a cause for game of the year or anything. Anyways, I'm going to try to keep playing it before our next show and figure out why this game is so good, apparently.
Okay. A little homework for yourself.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Force feed it, bud.
Yeah, I will.
All right, Jay, you've played a few other things, right?
Yeah, real quickly. I paid Call of Duty, the latest. Not too much of it. Just enough, I think.
Single player or multiplayer?
Single player.
I played a little too. I didn't mention
it. It's pretty goofy, first of all.
Did you feel guilty for killing people?
No, I didn't. But the dialogue was insanely ludicrous. Like it seemed like it was written by a 15-year-old. And the graphics were not as, after having played Battlefront, Tomb Raider, and Halo 5, the graphics in this felt very cartoony, and the designs are cartoony. It looks like G.I. Joe 1998 or something. You know, like we're not classic G.I. Joe. We're in like neon G.I.
Joe Extreme.
Yeah, yeah.
Was there a G.I. Joe Extreme? I feel like there was something
probably
like that.
Excuse me. But the gameplay, I don't know, there's something about it. It didn't feel very fluid. Like, I just felt like Halo 5 had a more fluid control, and it felt more satisfying when I was killing people. And in this, it just, I don't know. It didn't really connect with me. I've gotten to the point where you get the suit, whatever the suit is called.
The Titanfall?
Yeah. That. So that's that. Frank, did you like it?
Yeah, I like the shooting mechanics quite a bit, and I like the cartoony vibe, and the dialogue, I agree, is never great in those games. And
the lighting I was disappointed with.
Well, no,
like we said before, for me, the biggest advancement with this generation is lighting and effects. And it just seemed really, I don't know, I wasn't impressed graphically.
Are there any big name actors in this one?
The guy from Law and Order is in it, right?
Chris Maloney, is that it? I think.
That's it? That's all they got?
Well, in the zombie mode, it's Jeff Goldblum.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
I have to try that.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, he's a magician.
Oh.
It takes place in like a.
So you do the water on the hand trick?
40s or 50s Chicago.
Really?
Yeah.
So, why don't they just make a whole game of that? That's interesting.
Now, you got to admit, that's value. You get this whole
I agree.
game, then you get multiplayer, and then, I just saw Zombie. I thought all it would do would be to swap out the enemies with zombies.
Right.
I thought that's all it was.
What?
I was going to say, I thought that's all it was, too.
Yeah.
Having not played it.
And then I think, who else is in it? Heather Graham is the one character. Is Peter Stormare? I can't remember. And then someone else. They're all big names in that, though.
Nice.
They don't necessarily look exactly like them, where they have in the past, I know.
Right.
Like the one, I can't remember which one was. Who's the big character they were using? It wasn't Chuck Norris, but something to that effect.
David Hasselhoff?
No, but
Brent Spiner?
Not Spacey.
oh no, it's not Peter Stormare. But yeah, it's I like the zombie mode too. I really do feel though it's gotten to a point where you need 4 people to play it for it to be any good. They do not balance it for one person doing it on their own. So
I've said it before. I'll say it again, Frank. Now that we're in this new generation, why not do another World War II Call of Duty?
I agree. If you redid Call
Bring
of
it
Duty
back.
It's been a while.
and redid D-Day
Mm-hmm.
with
Be
today's
amazing.
technology,
It would be amazing.
I think it's gotten too far. I agree. They need to bring it back and
Has
get
it-
those classic weapons. And you want immersion? You want immersion on D-Day?
Has there not been, like, what was the last World War II shooter?
Medal of Honor, maybe, which are not great.
That was a while ago, though.
They really should redo Call of Duty 2.
I remember when I first
Call of
hooked up my
Reduty.
redo. When I first hooked up my 360 like a year ago, I threw in Call of Duty 3, which I think was the last like World War II shooter.
Yeah.
And I played it on the insane difficulty
Yeah.
and just got absolutely slaughtered. But it was still fun, and I did like that setting still.
Yeah.
I would totally want a remake.
What about Call of Duty? Call of Double Duty.
Yeah.
Total Recall of Duty.
You've got a
Too
lot
many
of
options.
options. Just do it. Just do
Call
it.
of Duty Fruity.
I guess there was just like an overload of these one year, because I remember there was that. Didn't Ubisoft have a shooter, World War II shooter as well?
They also had
More
like
like
Company of
squad
Heroes.
based.
Company of Heroes.
No, I can't remember what it was called now.
Don't
It was a
think
thing
so.
for a while, and then it just died out. But anyway,
The value title, Call of Duty Free.
And
There you
then I played multiplayer as well, which I still like quite a bit. I still think Call of Duty has great multiplayer. Hardcore multiplayer for the hardcore bros.
I played a little bit of Super Star Wars, which I purchased on PlayStation 4.
that's a classic.
By a little bit, I would say 3 minutes.
Did you get to the Sarlacc pit monster?
No.
Oh my god.
I played it. I was like, this is just like I remember. And then turned it off. Maybe I'll revisit it, though. I do love the look of these 16-bit games and 8-bit games in the HD versions, where the pixels are just the cleanest little blocks. And, you know, they have the thing where you can turn on the scan lines and recreate the effect of a tube TV. Lose all of that. Lose the stupid, like, banner, pillar-boxed designs. Just a nice 4x3 black-boxed HD recreation, and it's beautiful. I guess I'll just use that to jump right into Mega Man 2, which I completed on my exercise bike, which was great.
I must say that's quite the accomplishment. That game is tough.
I'll say I didn't know up until maybe the second last boss that you could change your weapon. Like, I did all of it with just the pea shooter.
What?
I
That's
didn't know.
hardcore.
Wow.
That is hardcore.
M-Buster.
Right.
This is a serious Mega Man
And also,
player.
I didn't know you could save it whenever you wanted. So I was taking pictures of the password thing with the
Beautiful.
red balls.
Nice.
Beautiful.
So I did it the hard way.
To be fair,
most
like
part.
Mega Man
Supposed
2
to.
is the easiest by far.
Look at this guy. You go beat it with the main weapon.
I'll do it tonight.
Twitch it.
So this was, you bought the Legacy collection, though? Is that?
Yeah.
Are you planning on following that up?
Once I get that exercise bike tomorrow.
Nice.
So when you say exercise bike, did you do this all in one exercise setting? Like you said,
No, that's why I had to take pictures of the passwords.
Oh, so like how far would you get in one? Like, do you bike for half an hour?
45 minutes.
45? Would like a level a workout? Is that what you're probably?
Maybe 2
Yeah.
ish,
Cool.
depending on if I play for the whole.
Mega Man 2 is the one that has like the Woodman and fire, and you get
Woodman.
Like, Woodman.
Yeah.
And the bubble, you shoot the bubbles. Or
Bubbleman.
Okay.
Bubbleman.
I remember loving that game.
Oh yeah, that's classic.
Yeah. And I can mention now. I haven't mentioned this, Frank.
What?
I haven't mentioned this
Ever?
ever, and I regret it. I will say up front, I regret it. Do you know what I'm going to say?
No.
You platinumed it?
No. I purchased
Goat Simulator?
no a Wii U
Oh, really?
and regret it.
Yeah, you're not getting that time
Here,
back.
just a little.
Why'd you buy that?
I started watching The Angry Video Game Nerd for some reason, and I was enjoying, like I'd always thought, oh, this stupid thing. I watched some of them, and they're, it's kind of interesting watching someone deconstruct the worst games out there and what makes them terrible, and how you kind of think, how could this even have gotten made? It's so frustratingly poorly designed. And he has an entertaining way of deconstructing those. And then I got the Mega Man thing and was playing it on my exercise bike and, really in that mindset. And I thought, oh, the Wii U has the virtual console, right?
Sort of, yeah.
That's the thing, sort of. Like the virtual console, I had thought, I guess I misunderstood. I thought there was a new Wii U virtual console, which there is, but it's only certain games, and the only difference I think is that you can play them on the controller.
Yeah.
I had thought that they would be HD remasters or something, not just that you could play them on the controller.
Not that I know of. I mean, they may have done some HD remasters of things, but
No. So it's basically the same as the Wii virtual console, which was a big disappointment. And I'm not like a huge Nintendo person. I actually agree with Frank in that I think it would be amazing if they had a Netflix type subscription and all of the old games in HD. Let's get down to the Sega Master System, right?
well, I mean, even if they had like a PlayStation Plus equivalent, like how is Nintendo not doing that?
You need PlayStation now.
Because they have loyal supporters and non-loyal supporters such as Jay who will still buy theirs. So it's because it's Nintendo.
And I played the Mario. It came with Mario. Is it just Mario 3D
3D World?
World?
That game's amazing.
I wasn't a fan of it. It just, I don't know. I played it for 10 minutes. It wasn't catching me, but I was interested in the side-scrolling one, but I can't find it anywhere.
Wait, you're talking... So it came with Super Mario 3D World, but you wanted Super Mario Brothers U?
Wii U?
Yeah,
Wii U?
yeah.
And you can't find it in
That's
stores
weird.
anymore?
I have the other way around. Mine
I'll
came
let
with
you
the
borrow
Wii
mine,
U.
man.
Yeah?
That's why you got to speak up about these things.
I know. I wanted to make it a secret and then just blow your mind. But I did buy Dr. Mario and played that on my exercise bike. And
This explains the Dr. Mario reference from earlier.
exactly.
yeah.
And this guy is a big Dr. Mario.
I could kill this guy in Dr.
Sure,
Mario.
but do you have the Dr. Mario amiibo?
No, I don't.
I do.
And I bought Strider, the Genesis version.
Great game.
Played some of that. It's satisfying grabbing onto walls and stuff. But overall, it's just one of those things where I got it, and this is my personality. I got it into my mind. I was like, I've been watching a lot of Angry Video Game Nerd. Maybe I should buy a Wii U, play some classic games in it. And then it just would not get out of my head until I bought one.
Exactly.
And I bought one.
The same way. Yeah.
I have that with everything.
Yeah, and then 3 days later, I'm like, "Why did I do
Remorse.
That's almost
Yeah.
every amiibo I buy.
I was
Including
actually
the ones I'm considering rebuying in packaged form.
I was actually shocked at how crappy the screen is on the remote.
It's a big complaint.
Is it?
A lot of people, I think so.
It's not great.
And it weighs a ton.
Yeah, and the Dr. Mario thing, I was like, oh, maybe, well, I can play it on the couch or, where I'm in the shower or taking a dump or whatever. But it's so small and the resolution is so shitty that it's very hard to play Dr. Mario on that screen.
Don't be so dramatic. It's not that
It
bad.
Seriously is. The little viruses, and it's not good for that.
I think the HD Wii U games look good on it. I can't speak for the Virtual Console.
Well, the screen isn't HD.
No, but it's still, those games generally look pretty solid.
Why not an HD screen?
Because they're cheap.
Phones have them.
Yeah. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Those come along with contracts.
Anyways, big disappointment.
Let's talk about the real deal here.
And Transformers Devastation.
Yeah.
Now,
did everyone play that?
I didn't.
Oh,
Transformers is stupid.
I was really playing this on the exercise bike as well, and I have to. I'm sorry, Frank. Edit that out. It's the Diet Coke. I have to say, I played. I think I played up until their chapters, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I finished chapter 1, and I started the next one that's in the base underground, and I was just getting into that, and then I moved on to Mega Man. But the fighting, I actually find fun. Like I find it satisfying doing the combos, and something about the controls, the way you can just jump up and transform, and then hit guys, and then you just keep doing combos, and I actually had a lot of fun with that. And I think that the representation of the cartoon, the Vince DiCola score is awesome. The characters look great. So everything I think is great, but I would imagine the complaint that most people would have is it's very repetitive. And much like Battlefront for me, the first chapter, you're just in a city, and it's like duplicated storefronts and buildings, and it just is like sensory, the opposite of sensory overload.
Deprivation?
Underload. Sensory no load. In that, you're going through, you're fighting random guys, and then you're fighting Devastator immediately. And then you beat him, then you go through, fight random guys.
Well, you don't really beat him.
Right. And then you fight Megatron. And then you got to fight every Constructicon. And it's like, am I the only person who felt after a while it was like, I have to fight Constructicons again? And then I have to fight Devastator again? Like, it was very, almost like, I was going to say nullifying, but what am I thinking?
Dullifying?
Are you dulling your senses?
No.
You're
numbing?
Disheartening?
Numbifying? Numbifying.
Sure.
Is that a word?
Sure, it is now.
And which kind of sucked, because every time a new character would show up, it would be like, oh, great, a new character.
Like Starscream, for example.
Yeah, or even the Insecticons. Mm-hmm. Because they look great. So whenever they would show up, it would be exciting. But I wish it was a little more, there was a little more variety. It wasn't just so rinse and repeat, because it feels like there's a good game there. But it's funny. I'm just thinking of this. I remember complaining about that, and Frank saying, he will deny he didn't say this, but I was saying there aren't as many characters as I would like, and locations as I would like, and your defense of that was that it's a value-priced game. And that...
Is it, though? It's not value-priced.
No, it was.
I think I was just saying...
It was $20 less.
It's a lower-budget game.
Right.
Budget.
Yeah.
Not price point.
No, it was a lower price point.
I wasn't defending it by any means. I was just explaining to you why that's the case.
Okay, so it should be a pass because it's cheaper.
No, I think people were critical of that in the reviews.
Okay.
And they didn't say...
Well, either way, the lower price point for me didn't make me say, okay, I'll give it a pass, because it still feels like it's just too repetitive. But...
Was Transformers lower price point? I thought it was like $60, just like anything else.
Well, I guess
lower
It was
price.
it was 59 instead of 79.
Oh, okay. I just assume most games are $60. It's
no, in Canada now they're 75 to 80.
oh, really? Okay.
But having said that, I still found it to be a lot of fun, and I still what Frank's saying about being immersed in Star Wars, I think you get a bit of the feeling of being immersed in a Transformers cartoon.
They nailed that, the look of all those characters, that cell shaded
style.
Was
awesome. Yeah.
They nailed, like, it captures the
It's a
cartoon.
little more detailed than the cartoon, obviously,
Yes,
but
definitely.
it looks like, maybe the Transformers movie where there's more
Right.
shadows and stuff, but I think it looks awesome.
Yeah, I'll just jump in because this is one of the other games on my list. I have very few, but I did play Transformers Devastation. When I saw the trailer, I think 2 weeks before the game came out. So it was the first I saw it on Facebook. I'm like, "What's this coming out?"
You were losing your shit.
I was losing my
this
shit. Yeah.
What's this game? This is my jam, man. This is my jam.
It was, and so I downloaded it the night before and played it at midnight the day it came out. And I agree with Jay and everything he said. It's a lot of fun. It is repetitive. I find that these days I can lose interest in a game. Whereas back when I was a kid, it was like I would get that game and I would just play it even if I didn't. Like, I just would like it regardless. I got it, so I would play it.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I guess maybe because I can get what I want or whatever like that, I find that I'm able. I come in and out of them, and for some reason, this couldn't hold me either. It kind of like I played it for I think 2 or 3 nights. And I find a lot of games are like that. If I make it past the 3-night threshold, then I'm really into the game. If not, it's kind of forgotten. And that's kind of how this was. I think I probably got maybe a few levels more than you. But it does feel very repetitive. I do like the RPG aspect of it, where you can upgrade their weapons. Like, you basically spend your currency on making the weapons stronger and adding like extra elements to it. Like this one you can add lightning damage or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's like Optimus is clearly the best one to pick, right? Like the other guys. Bumblebee's kind of fun.
I'm using a different guy, actually.
Bumblebee's fun
So
because
am I.
he's
I'm
fast.
using side
Swipe.
So am I.
Sideswipe's cool too. I did like them. I did like that, but for me, the biggest thing was the biggest knock on it was that I would want to be able to play the Decepticons, and I know that's people are actually that's like one of the comments that I've heard and read is that why can't we play Megatron? It's a character that's sitting right there. Why couldn't we just play the skin and do like the same thing with not necessarily in the story mode, but in the battle mode or something like that? But I do love any Transformers game. I remember playing some of them for like the PlayStation or whatever it was, and I think this is the first time that they've really made a nice seamless kind of like gameplay with the transformation sequences. So it's like you can transform whenever you want.
Yeah, it's
and
the driving.
It becomes part of your combos. The driving's fun, and you jump and the sound effects and everything is. I didn't actually know Decola did the score for it. I didn't notice, but that's even cooler. I probably have to sit and listen to it again. But yeah,
like the feeling of turning into a car, driving away, and then getting
speed to go back,
and then having to do the combo to hit someone with a shield.
Yeah,
something as simple as that for me was a lot of
I
fun
agree.
and
a lot
satisfying.
Of fun. Yeah, for sure.
Well, the company
Platinum
Games, like that's their jam. That sort of action title. The only thing that on top of what you guys said, I was never enticed to try the other characters, which I think they could have improved on. Like they start off as Optimus, and then
you get Bumblebee and Sideswipe, I think.
Yeah, so then I pick Sideswipe, and I haven't tried anyone. I just unlocked the dinosaur dude.
Grimlock, yeah. He has a different gameplay. I stopped playing once I unlocked him because it was kind of like he's a different gameplay. Like he has a different, the charging shield mechanic. It's different with him, and you have to kind of do this weird button mashing thing because he grabs the character, and when you grab something in the mouth, you actually shake your stick, and it will shake the character and do damage to it and stuff. So it's kind of neat. But then at that point, I was already kind of fading on the game. And
so that's like I just finished chapter 2, which is just a little further than you, Jay, and obviously just a little before you, Dax. So I will probably go back and play a little more, but I was also. It's a weird game because I'm having fun, but I'm also kind of tiring of it at the same time.
Because it's almost the tiring thing is purely the skin of the environment.
Yeah.
Like it's as simple, that's why it's kind of frustrating because it's as simple as just changing the look of the background and I would be happy, but the background is so dull. Even in that underground hideout. Everything's just blue walls and
Yeah, I found I just drove the car as fast as I could to the checkpoint.
yeah.
I thought it was fun.
I would say that when we talk about it being repetitive, it's a bigger sin for something like this to be repetitive than Battlefront. You know, like even though I'm not crazy about Battlefront, that style of gameplay, but for this, it's like you can't even create your own adventure like you could in Battlefront. This, you're locked into the repetitiveness.
Yeah, and there's not much of a story, really, from what I saw so far. But, I mean, I felt like I could keep coming back to this and play it in short installments and potentially get through, because I think it's a fairly short game overall. But, I don't know. I thought it was kind of refreshingly just... I liked the action, and there wasn't too much else to it, and I kind of liked that about it. But, you know, the music I thought was awesome, and I thought I think they got all the original voice actors except for the Starscream guy.
Megatron doesn't sound like it's the same. It's Frank Welker, but
he goes in and out.
At kind of weird at times.
Yeah, at times he does, at times he doesn't. But for the most part, it was pretty good, I thought, and. It's just weird. Like, why have they never done this? Like, up until this point, there's been lots of Transformers games, and you're always kind of interested, and then they come out, and it's like...
Because they're never Gen 1. This was
it's
Gen
always
1.
like it's not always directly tied to whatever the TV show is that's out at the time, but, like, they never seem to go to that G1... Like, I don't know why they wouldn't. Like, everybody loves those characters, and, like, the people who are buying this game, that's what they want to see. So I don't know why it took this long for them to do that, but I hope that at least sales and stuff have kind of proven that that's what people want to see. Maybe they could take it a step further the next time. I don't know. Pretty good, though.
That's it for me.
I am definitely on a different scale of gamer than you guys are. I tend to spend all my time on one or two games. So for me... When Transformers was fresh, I was still waiting on things like I play a lot of MMOs, or I play MMOs. So right now I'm into Guild Wars 2, which had Heart of Thorns release in the end of October, which basically killed anything else I was playing up to that, which was Transformers and whatnot. And Battlefront came out roughly around the same time as Heart of Thorns, so it was kind of like there was a time when I was, for the first couple of days of Battlefront, like I was playing 4 hours of Guild Wars between the hours of 7 and 12 or 1, and then I'd switch over to Battlefront till 4 in the morning, burning the candle at both ends. You know what I'm saying? Like I was playing a lot of games, but only those two games. So for me, Guild Wars, just as an update, the Heart of Thorns expansion, I love it. I mean, there's been some complaints. It was funny. I was going to interject about the value because I find that in general, a lot of people these days are wanting things for free or cheap. You know, like they're like, for me, like Frank, spending $80 on a game is not, because I consider myself, even if I play that for like 10 hours, it's only $8 an hour. You know what I mean? Like, and I always play more than that anyway. So it's worth it for me. But this game obviously costs like $80 or something for the expansion, and the levels that you get are fantastic for me anyway. I love what they've done to the characters. I still think it's taken over Warcraft as far as gameplay goes. I actually logged back into Warcraft on a weird whim the other day, like probably a month ago. No. No, I logged in because I was like, I remember liking the look of the druids or whatever.
Am I still paying $15 for this? Yes, I am.
But this is what I did. I went in and I went, okay, boom, activate for a month, because you can't do a couple days in Warcraft. It's 1 month, $15, right? I've never done this faster. Went, boom, put in your card, logged in. Was like, I can't dodge roll, I can't do this, I can't do that, I hate the controls in this, what a piece of shit, and I turned it off, so I spent $15 for literally an hour. So, nice. But yeah, no, Guild Wars 2, I love it a lot. It's a really good game, and people that are into MMOs, I think this is, I'm hearing actually in the new expansion for Warcraft, they're actually starting to backpedal and start to base some of their changes off of Guild Wars too. Ooh. So they're kind of like, they used to be the big daddy, and now they're kind of like, finding that this is working. Guild Wars 2
is WoW still the top MMO?
I would assume, just based off. I mean, I haven't done the numbers or anything like that, but I mean, I know they lost a shit ton of people, like probably half their subscribers last year or something. But I mean, that's still at half. It's still 5 million subscribers, right? Yeah. So But I don't know what Guild Wars.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't know what Guild War 2's numbers are at subscriber wise, but I mean they don't pay, so really it's just based off of in-game purchases, right? Which is how they make their money. But they seem to be doing fine, and the content they're releasing is great for a free-to-play kind of game.
How much do you think you've spent in microtransactions or extra stuff
for Guild Wars 2? I've actually, because when I first started playing that, I wasn't doing any of that. I was like, I spent $60 to get the core game, was just playing it for free. I'm like, this is wicked. No monthly charge. It's awesome. And then I started to, because of that, I started to go, you know what? I want to give this game $10 because it's great. I love playing it. I've been playing it for a year and a half. I want to give this. So I'll start buying those like outfits for $10 and this kind of stuff. I've probably spent, it's not even anywhere close to Warcraft, only because Warcraft, the value was way higher. Like it was $75 to move your character from here to there. This game is like they get you on little ones. It's $10 for these crystals, $10 for these crystals. I've probably dropped
all about crystals.
He loves crystals.
I love my crystals. I probably dropped I'd have to say maybe $100, $150.
Oh, that's not that bad.
Yeah,
That's only like 2 games.
Yeah, so I mean, and considering those, I don't go and buy like all these Xbox games. I only buy like 2 a year. It's technically, good value for me.
Nothing.
How much you spent on Clash of Clans?
I haven't spent any money on Clash of Clans.
Ever?
None, ever. No. Which is why I'm kind of behind you guys a lot with your like 6 builders and shit like that.
How much have you spent, Frank?
$20.
20? All right, that's not too bad. There are people that spend a lot more than that on that game.
What do you buy?
I've spent money to get extra builders early on, and that was it.
So Guild Wars 2, I love it a lot. I think when I was downloading Transformers or something like that, I had some time to kill, so I jumped back onto Ori and the Blind Forest. Gave that a little more time because the last time I talked about it, I was kind of like, I don't get it. It's looks great, but whatever. I finally figured out the whole map, and so I now knew where I was going.
Nice.
So
that helps.
So that was cool. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of side platformers or side-scrolling games and stuff. I'm more of an open-world guy, but it's a beautiful game. I love the kind of. It made me feel like Ocarina of Time with the whole mumbling dialogue and stuff like that, and just had that nice kind of feel to it. I probably spent 2-3 hours on it. Got opened up some of the map. That was great. But again, when I focus on one game, that's all I play, so left that alone. And for an iOS game, I've actually, believe it or not, other than a Clash of Clans, every now and again I picked up, what is it? I was into The Walking Dead, so I found that on the store, the game called Walking Dead. It's kind of fun. It's kind of like...
this is the Telltale one?
I don't know. It's
like interactive story, and you can choose what you say. And
no. It's literally like it's like a kind of like a Clash of Clans where like you build your base, but the building of the base is only to build your characters like in an RPG style, like give them better weapons and stuff, and you buy that with food and upgrades. But you go out into the world and go out into a farm and like you have to basically, it's like kind of like a chessboard. You got to kind of you move your characters from the beginning to the end while getting a couple keys and staying alive. So you've only got like say 3 movement points that can be a combination of moving and doing your attacks, and then zombies will come towards you, and it's actually kind of fun because you have to pick guys that have guns, or if you want to go with knives, and I don't know, it's just kind of, it's a fun thing to pass the time when you're taking a shit or whatever. But yeah,
so something like that in your life.
Check it out if you like The Walking Dead. It's pretty good.
Cool. All right, we're definitely way over time here. I'm just gonna burn through 2 or 3 things real quick. Super Mario Maker, picked it up. Haven't played a ton of it. Thought it might be something to play that I could play with Kieran a little bit, and he was kind of into it for about a day and just like drawing coin boxes everywhere and stuff. But it didn't catch on with him. I wasn't really that interested in the actual making of the levels so much. I was just kind of curious to see the levels people would make. And there's some interesting stuff, but there's a lot of limitations with it. You have to have the timer, which is like one of those stupid things that's been in Mario Brothers forever. And it's like, why do you need a timer on a level? But you have to have that there.
Do you play levels that people have designed?
Yeah.
So you could get that game and not be concerned about making anything and just play levels.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was hoping for.
Interesting.
But it's I don't know. I haven't there's some cool stuff people have done, but it's not like nobody's nobody's going to touch what Nintendo does with their own levels, you know? Like, people are just drawing pictures of things with coin boxes and bricks and stuff, and there's some interesting stuff. Like, there's one level somebody made a Metroidvania game out of Mario, which was kind of cool. But again, it's all within one level, right? Like, it's not, you can't, there's only so much you can do. So played a bit of Destiny, picked it up for $9.99 back when it was on sale, and have not picked up the expansion. Kind of annoyed with the whole how that works. Like, everybody keeps saying the Taken King is great.
That $9.90 thing happened for a reason.
Well, obviously. But yeah, like, you basically have to rebuy a whole game over again, and you can't just buy the Taken King expansion on its own. You have to buy the 3 other expansions that came before it, even though everybody says they're shit. So I don't know if I'll ever get to that point, but I was enjoying just the first little bit of Destiny. Like, it feels kind of like Halo, but it's a more, immersive world, and I don't know, I was just like, it's been a long time since I've played an MMO, and this kind of was getting me in that zone of, I could feel the pull of it a little bit, but then a bunch of other games came out, and I kind of haven't gone back to it. But if Frank and I end up doing some co-op, I could see myself getting back into it.
I'd rather play something like that than Battlefront, I think.
Yeah, I'm definitely itching to play a bit more of it.
Why, when you said it went for $9.99 for a reason,
Well, what Sean was saying. So, if you wanted to play Taken King, you still have to spend $80 essentially, and you get Destiny for free.
Okay.
So, now if you wanted to get Taken King right away, I'm sure it'll go on sale later, but if you wanted to get Taken King right away, he could have essentially got Destiny with it for free.
Yeah. But I'm going to wait, and maybe there'll be some sort of sale at some point on Taken King. I think there was some stuff on sale Black Friday, but missed out on that. A couple other quick things. Been playing around with Google Cardboard. Don't know if you guys know what this is, but it's kind of like a cheap way of doing VR, where you can buy a kit where it's just a piece of cardboard. You pop out a few things, fold together some VR glasses, and you pop in these lenses, and you put your phone in it, and then you can play virtual reality games. And I bought mine for like $3, but it's kind of a piece of crap. Like, it's falling apart. So maybe worth it to pay a little bit more if you're interested in that. But it just, if anything, got me really itching to play Oculus when that comes out next year. Because there's some cool stuff, but with the Google Cardboard, the only interaction you have is there's a little magnet on the side that you can use as a button. But other than that, all you can do is really look around at stuff. And the magnet thing doesn't always work, so most games can't even count on that. So, like, if you're in a menu and you need to select something, you basically look at something and wait 5 seconds, and then you select that option. So it's, I don't know. There's some interesting stuff, but it's seems like it's clearly inferior to what Oculus and what I assume the PlayStation VR thing is going to be. So. And last thing I'll mention, my mindfuck of the month.
Oh, finally.
I don't know if you guys heard about this game. Just came out on Steam. It's a free game called Dr. Langeskov, the Tiger, and the Terribly Cursed Emerald, a Whirlwind Heist, from the makers of Stanley Parable, and I don't know if it's the same guy who also did Beginner's Guide, which just came out this year. But either way, it's a very kind of experimental game. It's about 15 minutes long, and I don't want to spoil too much, but you basically, it's billed as a heist game. You come into this and you think you're about to play a heist game, and then it kind of ends up being that you kind of get pulled into the behind the scenes of a video game, if it was like a play or something almost, and you're just being led along by this narrator, and it's kind of amusing, kind of funny. It really got me thinking, like, I would love to play more games where it's like, I know it's 90 minutes long, I can play it in one sitting in one evening, just like a movie, and it's this cool interactive experience. Like, I wish there was more stuff like that. I suppose the economics of video games don't totally allow for it, but I don't know, I feel like with Unity and stuff like that out there, maybe there's some more opportunities for that kind of stuff. So
that's like Journey. Journey was like that.
Yeah, I haven't played that yet, but I should really check it out. So
a little longer than that. I think it's like 2.5 hours, but
Yeah. But yeah, this thing is free on Steam, so if you're kind of curious, maybe give it a poke. And what are we going to do here? Are we going to try, like, we got some junk mail. I don't want to completely skip all of it because people took the time to send us
Let's
emails.
power through. Why not? We're already long.
Go.
Why not just go for a record?
Go.
Okay, let's get through this as quick as we can. So, Pinball Podcast on Twitter sent us a quick question about the Xbox One game cases. Why do they have the disc on the left side?
I love
Travesty. It's awful. I hate
my
it.
favorite thing about the system.
I don't like it either. And I found that when you try to take them out, the case itself is like a little flimsy, so you end up kind of pushing into that. I'd rather have an indentation on the back label than on the cover, the front cover, from having to take the disc out.
Ooh, that's a good point.
All the more reason to go digital, right, Frankie?
That's right. I don't even buy those anyway, so. When I did buy physical games, I did love it.
He did love it.
But Jay
It was
makes
just
the most valid point I've heard in my life.
It's clearly just to be different.
Life.
Yeah,
That's
it's
pretty
pretty
impressive.
good.
Yeah.
No, for why that's a bad thing,
Oh,
putting them on the left.
right.
Okay. Andrew James, well, we're not going to answer this question, but I'll just mention it. He wanted us to do a more in-depth comparison between PS4 and Xbox One now that both systems have been out for a while. Maybe save that for next show. Is that what we're thinking?
Good, yeah.
Maybe even get Andrew to chime in.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks for the question, Andrew. Jared says, Dear Game Junk, on the Junk Network, you all mentioned how you worked at Silicon Knights. Were any of you somehow involved in Eternal Darkness? One of the few games I will always remember, especially the sound design. Genuinely loved it. What do you guys actually do in the game industry? How was Jay involved? It seems like he hates video games. More importantly, do you remember Eternal Darkness? Did you like that game? Love the podcast, Jared. So I don't think any of us worked on it, but I believe Reed did. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
So, yeah, we were all at Silicon Knights together at various points. Jay, do you want to explain what you did?
For my first year, I was doing in-game cinematography, spent a lot of time placing cameras throughout the world of Two Human, only to have them all ripped out a year later. And then I moved on to focusing on filming the behind-the-scenes documentaries, and much to the chagrin of many people in the company, stealing many resources from the precious resources from the making of Two Human towards making this Goblin Man of Norway short that we made. And that was my career at Silicon Knights.
Dax?
I was an animator at Silicon Knights for my first foray into CG animation. Learned a lot of things. Actually developed a love for computer animation based on what I was able to do. Because I've mentioned before, but I was quite biased to that at the time. But it was a full-time gig, and I'm like, yes, I need the money real bad. And it turned out to be a great time, and I met a lot of great people, and a lot of fun. I didn't necessarily enjoy what I was working on. In
How dare you?
the way the work, I mean, as far as the company goes, we all have our things to say about it and whatnot. But I mean, as far as the people go and the time I spent there, it was a good time. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I came into that company not knowing anything about Eternal Darkness, never played it, only barely saw it when we were doing our new game at the time. I think they were trying to make the sequel or something like that, and that's the only time I ever saw the original game because they were trying to make throwbacks to it. So I guess I wasn't a true
Blasphemy.
I know I wasn't a true Silicon Knightian.
Frank?
Programmer. Started off in menus and moved on to gameplay programming.
Responsible for the beautiful text in X-Men.
That's right.
Woo!
Combat text.
Combat text.
People loved it.
It was the highlight of the game.
Yeah. So.
Huck City?
I started off as an AI programmer doing wildlife AI on the Ritualist, and then I eventually moved into like a technology programmer, and then back to AI for a little bit, and then left.
Right. And I pretty much just gameplay programmer, started on Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes, did a little bit of Two Human, and eventually X-Men Destiny. And I loved Eternal Darkness. Played it before I started working there, so I was definitely excited.
I actually have never played it either, but I knew of it before I started there.
Yeah, I played it when it came out on GameCube. The reviews were through the roof on this thing. I had to check it out.
Yep.
I liked it. Didn't love it. I think I would appreciate it. I do appreciate a lot of it more now than I did back then.
Yeah.
Still a little young to grasp its unique concepts.
Intricacies.
This is from Joachim the Viking. Greetings, Junkmen. Aren't we all sick and tired of open world games? Are
Yes,
we?
No.
I am.
That's all I play.
I mean,
Somewhat.
I am,
Yeah.
but I don't think I speak for the majority of gamers. I think the majority of gamers love them.
Let me.
It continues
I'm not
to
sick
be.
and tired of them, but I welcome the tighter, slightly linear experiences that games like Tomb Raider and Uncharted have to offer. That's more in my wheelhouse.
Yeah. I feel like if I had more time, I could definitely get pulled into some open world games, but I just never have the time. Okay, Anthony says, "Hey Junkers, with Christmas around the corner, I think about Christmas movies and other holiday movies that everyone watches around the respective holiday. And I also realize there's no prominent holiday-related video games as far as I know. The only thing that comes to mind is Costume Quest and the Saints Row 4 Christmas DLC. Everything else will have, for example, Santa Claus as a multiplayer skin. Can you guys think of any other examples? Why isn't it prevalent?" Anthony. Interesting question.
Well, the only thing I can think of is Christmas Nights, which was a version of Nights reskinned with Christmas stuff for Sega Saturn.
So was that a whole new game, or was it
Just
like...
one or two levels, I think. It was like a bonus disc.
Oh, nice.
MMOs do it all the time. We're coming up on Winter's Day in Guild Wars, I think, this week, this Tuesday. Basically, Lion's Arch turns into a big, beautiful Christmas wonderland. You get to do little mini games, collect like socks, and then you turn that in, and you can get like a crystal, and then an even bigger sword. It's amazing. They do it for Halloween. They do it for all the holidays.
I think I remember WoW that people
WoW
have like
does it
Santa
too.
hats and
Yeah.
stuff.
Clash does it. I know Final Fantasy. All of them MMOs.
Yeah,
do it.
MMOs do it all.
So there is one big Christmas game that I don't know if you guys have heard of, but
Die Hard trilogy.
well, yeah. Oh, I should mention Batman: Arkham Origins takes place during Christmas, which I
Sort of think
thing
Arkham
I really
City
liked.
as well.
Really?
Or maybe I'm confusing the two. I know one of them does.
I'm pretty sure it's just Origins, but Elf Bowling. You guys heard of this game?
Nope.
I've heard of it, and I thought, was that a game or was that a movie? And I looked it up, and it was a game series first, and then they actually made a movie out of it. I can't believe they actually made like 6 installments of Elf Bowling. This thing was
I remember.
huge.
I remember it now. Wasn't it on PC? Like, couldn't you almost play it in a mobile browser?
Maybe I think it was
Or not
originally
mobile browser, but
PC,
just
and
the
then
browser.
they did release it for I think maybe the DS and PSP, something like that.
Solid.
Oh yeah, but I think the obvious reason is just that like games take so long to make that to have it, something geared towards a specific holiday. Just
There should be a good Christmas game. We shouldn't have read that one.
Yeah?
I might edit that out.
okay. Jerry says, "Hi, I found playing Dead Space to be like playing a really scary horror film until that fucking asteroid section in the middle of the game, which stopped me stone dead, as I'm generally rubbish at games like that. Took me nearly 3 weeks to get past it, mainly due to avoiding it, as I hate asteroid games. Has something unexpected ever halted your progress in a game? Also, given Jay's horror credentials, has he ever played Dead Space or Until Dawn, which is seemingly like playing a Cabin in the Woods type film? I nearly bought the latter for £12 in the UK, but due to cash grabbery of the Christmas period, it had nearly doubled in price when I went to hit buy, so I'll have to wait. Regards, and thanks for what is my favorite video game podcast, Jerry." So stuff, I guess unexpected things in games that stopped you in your tracks.
It didn't stop me, but I could see the trivia game at the end of Banjo-Kazooie stopping people, where you have to like have knowledge of things in the game and in particular sound to to complete the game and beat the board game.
Okay.
The only thing I could think of is like adventure games from the 90s and stuff where
Just getting
they
stuck.
just have stupid puzzles that don't make any sense.
I'm trying to think of games, and maybe this is another question we already had, but like games where there's like some weird one-off level that's a totally different mechanic.
Yeah, board game level.
What?
Like that's what that I'm talking about for Banjo-Kazooie. It's literally you're playing a board game.
Oh, okay.
Like a game show trivia game.
That sounds pretty cool, though.
It is. I like it too. But if you put the game down for a while and came back to it, you'll forget a lot of stuff. And
Right.
It's kind of crazy, but it's a totally different game essentially.
Yeah. Nothing else coming to mind for
Jay,
me.
you should play Until Dawn, though.
Oh, what
Yeah,
about
I think you'd like it.
Psycho Mantis boss fight would be a candidate.
Oh, I remember that. I only was able to beat that because I read all the shit online
Yeah, if you
or
didn't
the menu
If you
or
didn't
whatever.
know that?
Yeah, that's true. There were a few other things like that in Metal Gear too that were kind of.
Wind Waker. I mean, they eventually guide you, but not Wind Waker.
Wind
D-
Waker, I
no,
would say,
no.
with the sailing.
No, I'm talking about the DS one where there's one you have to blow into it,
Blow into
into the microphone on the DS,
Oh,
and it says make a sound, and you're like, what? And it's fourth wall shit, you know?
yeah.
You literally have to make a sound on that fucking thing.
What, Jay? Anything horror games? Any comments on that?
I haven't played either one, but Dead Space sounds interesting because I am a fan of asteroid games.
And this is right up your alley because
It's a good game,
I've heard
though.
great things about Dead Space.
It
Yeah.
is.
The first two are good. A third one, I think a lot of people didn't like, but
I think including us on this podcast.
Never played it.
Dead Space
Too
3?
scary for you, for
I
sure.
thought we
reviewed
it.
two.
Oh, 2?
3 is the one that's more actiony, I think.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I've played it. Gaffney in Buffalo says, "Hi, Game Junk guys. Interested to hear your thoughts on the direction the Final Fantasy VII Remake seems to be going. Action-oriented, likely episodic Advent Children art style. As a huge fan of the original, I had my doubts about recapturing much of what made it great. The more info they release, the less interested I'd become. One thing that stuck out to me is a quote from the game's director who said, if we took everything that's in the original game and remade it at that quality, we couldn't get it all on a single release. To me, that's a problem, and it speaks to a larger issue where game development has gone. If nearly 20 years removed from the original game, you can't just make the same game and have it look better, then you're doing it wrong. I want to know why the goal has to be photorealism. In my perfect world, the remake would look like the CG cutscenes from the original, but without the compression artifacts. Would it not be as simple as lowering the level of detail in these character models, removing particle effects, just get this shit packaged on one disc and not take 10 years to make it? Seems like people have let the HD era restrict them when it should open things up and allow for greater possibilities. Your buddy south of the border, Gaffney.
I'm loving this, by the way.
Interesting question. What are you loving?
PlayStation drops this bomb, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Now, since then, they've said out first on PlayStation, alluding to the fact that it will come to other consoles eventually.
Right.
And it's episodic action game. It's embarrassing. And I hope there's 20 episodes and they're $10 each. I hope this thing is $200 by the time you buy it all.
It's because they know they can. Like, this is
I
one
know.
of the biggest games in the history.
And I hope the tide finally turns on that bullshit announcement at E3.
Well, I could tell you why they are going. Well, they're going episodic because if they had to remake everything in the game, it would take them 3 years at least, 4 years. They don't want to wait that long after dropping all these.
No, they
things.
can't because they made an announcement and they can't.
They made all this announcement. They just showed the gameplay trailer. And to go to his thing about just up-resing the art from the cutscenes were only in very specific areas, not the whole game. And the original game was all 2D hand-painted backgrounds. It wasn't the actual geometry in modern day. So they actually have to rebuild the ground, rebuild all the buildings. The original game is also set camera perspective, so they didn't have to actually build the entire city like they apparently are going to try to do with this new game, which I think is insane that they're going to try to make all that, because it's a pretty large. There's tons of content in that game, just from the even the first area, which will I don't know how they're going to split it up though. Obviously, the first area, Midgar, will be the first episode.
I don't know if it's that big.
You don't think so?
No, I think it's bullshit. I think it's about fucking. Before you leave for the plains, I'd say there's about 13 areas tops. Nah, with a lot of. Not buying it. This is all bullshit excuses.
I don't know. I think there's.
And then they tease, the reason why we're doing it is because we want to add new stuff.
I think it was actually smart of them to go action, though, because they can just hijack the Final Fantasy 15 engine instead of having to write a whole new engine that's like an RPG copy. They can just use what they have that know it works.
I love it. Not giving the people what they want, which was for initially for an announcement of giving people exactly what they want.
I actually think giving people what they want is like just carbon copying the old game up-resed is not what people want. I think they probably want something new. If you want, go play the
They want a turn-based RPG.
I think they're also hoping to. I think they're also hoping to sell it to a new audience, right? And if it's just a simple up-res, I don't think that would do it. I think you got to give them what they expect from today's games.
I actually like that action RPG aspect of games like this. Like Final Fantasy 13, Ni no Kuni kind of had an action thing.
I hear you. You're
Star Ocean games.
Not the majority there.
Xenoblade Chronicles. All those games are very good. So I'm fine with them going this route.
Now, didn't they just release the other remake of this game?
The PC port.
Which is
the
higher res
version.
Which is not good, though.
Oh, it's okay.
No, it's fine. It's basically...
With trophies. Bonus.
Yeah, it's basically what he's asking for.
Oh, so then go get that.
Yeah.
I thought I read that the art was not good,
Well, it's not going to be top-notch. You're, like, up-resing PS1 graphics. The guy's head is a cube.
Yeah, there was more to it than that, I thought.
Yeah,
but
his hands are squares. You can't really upgrade or up-res a square to be any smoother.
All right, Chris says, hey guys, thought of this question while listening to the last episode, and I've been curious. I know in the past it was mentioned that Frank worked on X-Men Destiny, maybe Sean too, and Huck City.
Maybe Dax too.
And that Sean did the iPhone game for Turbo. It was actually epic, but close enough. Without putting anyone on blast, haven't played either game. I'm curious what it's like to work on a game that is bad that you don't give a shit about. How long does it take before you know the project isn't shaping up? Also, how does that affect the way you work? Do you just come in and do your job at the bare minimum, or do you try and focus on making your part of the game the best it can be? And when the game is out, do you bother looking and seeing what people said about it? I'm genuinely curious because it must be hard to be so close to something for so long, knowing it might not turn out well, or you just don't care. The inside game development parts are the best of the show. I love when you guys have devs talking about their process. Thanks, Chris. P.S. What is the first game you guys worked on?
I think we went over the first game.
Well, mine would be Too Human briefly, but...
Yep.
Mine would be The Ritualist.
That was mine too, right? Because it had a bunch of names, but I think it was The Ritualist.
Yeah, the official title is that.
Yeah. That was my first game.
Yeah, mine was Metal Gear. I assume Jace was Too Human.
Yep.
So, working on games that you're not super crazy about. I probably have the most experience in this at this point. And it's not the best. You got to be at a point where you just accept it as a job and you're getting paid. And if you like the technical details of what you do on a day-to-day basis, it's still fine. But I've certainly given up having any passion about anything I do in the game industry at this point. So it's just how it is.
That's
I live
awesome.
with it, and it's fine. But as far as a game that maybe had potential and then you feel it's slipping away, that's a little harder, I think. But I think ultimately, unless you're doing like what Huck City did with Citizens of Earth, like if you're working for somebody else, if it's a big company, you don't have a ton of influence on the final product. So you got to just accept that, unless you're the lead designer or something, you're probably not, it's not your job to necessarily turned the whole ship
Yeah,
around.
I did find at SK it was pretty easy within the groups. Like whatever you were assigned to, we had freedom to come up with ideas and do whatever when we were working on combat and trying to make things better. I don't know. You can't fix everything, but
yeah, I find you can slip in ideas and voice your opinion, but sometimes the bureaucracy of the management just comes down on you, and there's nothing really you can do about it. I think for me, I always like try to make like my part awesome, especially in like AAA games. But as far as like knowing when you know the game is shit, sometimes it's not till quite a bit into the game. Because it's really like you're kind of working with bits and pieces here and there. Like the overall world might be cool, and your little test room to do whatever for combat might be cool. And then when you put it all together, just something's missing. And you don't really know that until you've already made a lot of shit. So, and even like final balancing is a big part of if a game's fun. And that really is at the very end of a game process. So if you get the balancing wrong, it could be way too hard or way too easy and not make it fun either. So there's a lot of things that go into making a game that probably people don't even consider, but it does take a while before you know.
For me, the on the art side, it's easier because I mean I have experience with kind of like being like, oh, this could be really cool, this could be really cool, and then having it kind of taken away from you really quickly, and you're at that point you are kind of left with, well, what am I going to come to work and hate it, or am I going to, you know, and I've been on both sides, but I ended up falling along the lines of you, Sean, and it was just kind of like I would do what I could to make my animations as good as they could be within the boundaries that were in front of me. So it's probably easier as an artist that way to just kind of focus on your own thing and make that look as good as possible because it's not affecting gameplay or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, for me, especially later on, like when I was on X-Men, I was doing cinematic stuff. So it was less about the game. It was more just about making that section that's going to pop up in between, you know, gameplay moments to kind of look cool.
Yeah, but you made the doors opening look amazing. And you made
it's awesome about things like that because I spent
Juggernaut's hand going on the head look amazing.
I appreciate that, Frank, because these are things like you spend months and months and months on a scene, or not a scene, but like on a project, and like there was like I did a lot of the gameplay stuff. I had a lot of fun with on the what was the big mutant boss, the one he was giant and he was like slamming the ground or whatever like that. I did some stuff on there that was fun, and I did the main intro cinematic to that guy where he kind of grows and slams the roof and falls down and all this kind of stuff. It took me weeks to do, and you know, people liked it. They're like, "Oh, it's cool." But I get like Frank coming to me going, "Those doors," and like I literally by the end of the game, right? You're doing like quick little clips, like and that probably was like, we need this door to open. Can you redo this animation?
Run.
What's that?
The Toad Run.
Oh, the Toad Run was literally me doing a test animatic of what I think the Toad would run like, but it wasn't even going to be in the game. And then they ended up putting that in as a run for a character to have the Toad power or whatever like that. But yeah, these are all little things that it's kind of cool that he would see that and think that it's cool that like a 2-second bit of my career at SK he thought was really neat. Meanwhile, like the 3 months I spent on this fucking Juggernaut going, you know? But yeah. So those are the little things you kind of take out of it.
Yes, the stuff you spend a ton of time on doesn't always make it into the end game, and then the thing you just bang out in 5 seconds is immortalized forever.
It is nice though, because Frank would notice those little things, whereas nobody else would notice it. He's got an art eye.
He's visually minded. He's a visual
person.
Well, we did a lot of. Oh, and the other thing is, you do a lot of work on shitty games that no one ever plays. So that really
that's all I worked on.
Yeah,
that's true. That's the whole other thing.
Yeah. As far as like reading things online, I mean, I read like everything.
I wouldn't bother. For me, I didn't bother.
Well, for me, like with Citizens, because I was like so deep.
Well, you were invested in that. Like,
yeah, I think I still have a Google folder with like 200 reviews in it.
Did it hurt your soul, or did you guys get good reviews, or what?
We got completely mixed across the board. So
it's better than all bad.
Yeah, I read all reviews for everything I've ever worked on.
Yeah, me too. I'm totally into it.
Including, I don't know if I mentioned before, I don't think I did, that I worked on Skylander Superchargers.
Oh, which is out now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Booyah.
How are those reviews looking?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Nice. Congrats.
Oh,
Congrats,
yeah,
buddy.
thanks. That's
Can I mention a review thing that's not video game related?
Yes.
I don't know if I've mentioned it on Film Junk, but just in talking about reading reviews, for Beauty Day when that came out, I read reviews. And when I was in Zurich, Switzerland, showing the film, there's a screening to press. There's a press-only screening. And one of them asked me a question. I think the question was, is there anything in the film you would change? And I just kind of like honestly opened up and listed all these things I wasn't happy with, and I'd change this and I'd change that. And then I read a review of the film a week later or whatever, and things I had said were in the review. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I read it. I was like, did I just hand this journalist or whoever else in the room all of these like criticisms that, you know, this guy forced me to, well, didn't force me, but somehow convinced me to lay out. So I helped myself write a, you know, critical review of my own film.
No, you helped someone else write a critical review of your film.
Right, yes.
That's sketchy, man. I don't know about that. A couple more. We got one from Stanislav who says, "Hey guys, just wanted to ask if any of you completed Metal Gear Solid 5. Give your detailed opinion on it and the game as a whole experience if possible. Thanks."
Nope. Gonna get back to it soon though. Hopefully over Christmas.
From Phil, Sean, best game you've ever played for a phone? Tough question. First thing that comes to mind is Peggle, but it's not just for the phone, so I don't know if I would go with that. Maybe I'd say Monument Valley. Frank, have you ever found comfort while looking at a video game character?
No.
Huck, Dream sequel.
What about a toy version, like an amiibo?
No.
Huck City, dream sequel to a video game.
Diddy Kong Racing 2.
Interesting. Reed, what's up, man?
Nothing.
Love you guys, Phil. And Steve from Philly says, "Hey, Junkheads, I'm ashamed to admit that after a few beers and a late night realization that my latest paycheck had been direct deposited, I purchased the Star Wars Battlefront Season Pass. I realize I would now probably be classified as a mouth breather in your eyes, but I'm loving the game and can't wait to see some new maps. What locations would you most like to see added to the game? A Bespin map set at sunset would be my ultimate cream dream surprise. Thanks for the show, fellas."
Cream Dream
Steve.
Supreme.
No, Dax.
That's the one I fucked up last time. Cream Dream Surprise or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to see the pod racing track.
Oh, yeah.
Like part of it in the grandstands, and maybe throw some pod racers in there. Maybe a pod racing level.
Well, I've got the perfect one that I think Frank is going to be behind as well, which is a Naboo, specifically with underwater shit. No?
That's like my least favorite thing.
Oh,
about
come on, man.
With the underwater animals, though.
Stop trying to peg Frank, Sean. He won't let you.
I mean,
like you're talking about the bubble world for Naboo, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
The
I'm not
Gungans,
saying
the
necessarily all underwater, but I just think there's not really a lot of...
I think it would be cool if you had the bigger fish in the background. I'd be down with that, but the actual look of the underwater Gungan City,
It's brutal.
it's gross.
What were we even talking about?
Star Wars.
What Star Wars?
Locations
Oh, yeah,
you want to see
locations,
in Battlefront.
Naboo might be actually okay if it was in the city of Naboo, right? And because think about it, all you're having is the fighting of the Imperial or the droid army.
I just want to see Gungans in Battlefront.
No, you don't.
I do too.
No, you don't.
And
You want to be a Gungan army?
I want Gungans versus battle droids.
Yeah.
Roger, Roger.
And then I want the hero to be Captain Tarples.
No, it would be
Boss Nass, Captain
Nass.
Tarples, or Jar Jar.
Those
Now
would be
we're-
your three picks. And
now we're
I would
talking.
just throw that hero point back into the world. I'd turn it over and say, no, don't want it.
Yeah,
What else?
probably not happen. But
Dagobah would be a good one.
But there's nothing on Dagobah. It's a swampland.
Exactly. Who cares? Makes interesting land. The Death Star.
could be cool.
Jabba's Hut. I'm sure people have, or not Jabba's Hut. Jabba's Barge.
But you guys realize you're talking about areas that only like these 6-man.
Jabba's barge is fucking enormous, dude.
It's not big enough for 4. It's a skiff. It's like it's like a football field. You'd be just running
underneath.
back and forth.
It's in the game. It's
got levels underneath it and stuff.
What about his palace?
You're talking about his palace.
No, I'm talking about the barge.
I'm talking about
the barge is in the game. You can go on it.
You can?
Yeah.
What?
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
What is he talking about? Did you play this game with us?
The barge. The
So my dream level is already in the game.
Yeah, you can walk across a plank and go on the barge.
What level are you talking about?
The Tatooine level.
I'm trying to think if I...
Sure he's not lying.
No, I agree, but I don't think I've seen it, and I've been playing it for hours and hours and hours.
Well, what else?
Maybe it's only with a certain game mode or something.
Maybe.
Inside the Death Star.
Yep.
Too confined.
I'd
You
like
gotta
to
remember, there's these need big open skies. Every map has a big open sky.
Well, they could add like a Counter-Strike game mode and then do the Death Star. That would be good.
Mm-hmm.
What's the capital city? Coruscant.
But nobody knows that enough. You see, these have to be like iconic, and they're mostly like A New Hope. Like it's like the
all right,
5 and 6.
The end of New Hope, then that big temple, that big fucking temple that they get their medal on.
Yavin 4.
Yeah, Yavin 4 temple.
It's a little too like. See, the thing is, the iconic ones, like you could say, oh, Kashyyyk, but it's just another forest land. Like it's not like any.
It's like the Endor moon.
I definitely do think that the it's not Mustafa system, but I like the one with the lava going down it. That was pretty cool.
See, there it is, right there. You can walk up onto
What the fuck is this?
I'll edit this out.
Why? This is a great discovery.
He's absolutely
Just
right.
me being wrong about it. That's all.
You don't have to. I'm always wrong. You never edit my shit out anyway. It doesn't matter.
Let me see this barge. Oh, I know what I wanted. I wanted a Spaceballs expansion.
Oh, yeah.
That would be pretty cool, actually.
Spaceballs.
Inside the Palace of Yogurt. Yeah, I want to see the undercurrent, like what's going on underneath the barge.
Underneath?
The sand is underneath the barge.
No, all these...
You mean inside the lower decks? The lower decks of the barge?
It's big. It's a big in the barge. It's big in the barge.
If you watch the movie again.
He is a big.
If you watch the movie again, you'll see that Jabba is there and the wall is there. It's not very big, my friend.
Big in the barge. It's big in the barge. Cantina. What about the cantina?
How small are these areas you're talking about? You could only have like 6 people in there.
Death Star is the must-have.
Yeah, like a
to be able to
hangar
go-
bay in
Like
the
Death Star Run, like an aerial combat
That
one?
too. Like if Jedi with all the ships and you have to fly up to the Death Star and go inside the corridors, but actually being in the Death Star,
It's just a bunch
dressed
of halls.
as a stormtrooper, because they have all of the, like if you think of, well, they have like the hallway where the prison cells are, but if you could go down the chute into the garbage, and they have all of the hangar bays and the endless drop pits and stuff like that.
That'd be pretty
what
cool. You
about
just
the
drop
Rain
off into
Planet
nothing.
from episode 2?
You mean the
clone factory
Yeah,
one?
like all those platforms with the clones.
What is that place called?
The cloners. I can't remember.
Not interested.
shit? I forgot what
just-
that is. Camino.
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 Al Camino?
Fucking love Camino.
Camino is big. It's very big.
All right.
All right.
We got next?
That's it. We made it.
Beautiful.
Somehow we made it.
Good job,
Epic
guys.
show.
Thanks for the emails, guys. GameJunkPodcast@gmail.com is where you can reach us. So,
One more thing with the locations.
yes.
It'd be nice if because you can fly the Millennium Falcon, right?
In one
and
area,
you can go into the cockpit mode.
I haven't been able to fly yet, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think you can change perspective.
Well, it'd be nice if you're in cockpit mode and you could actually get up and walk around the Millennium Falcon while it's being flown and go up to one of the guns and shoot the
So this
guns.
is what you're saying. You have friends pilot with you.
Yeah, you stay here, pilot the ship. I'm going to go to one of the guns and I'm going to shoot, and like that would be amazing.
that would be pretty cool.
So to be fair,
The
to
Kessel Run.
a game that we complained about not having enough maps, are there even that many options for them to make maps?
I was gonna like when you were discussing this, I'm like, in Star Wars in general, how many actual sets
Usable
are, like,
locations.
There's
are
like
there?
there's Hoth, Endor, desert land, Tatooine.
There's like one
I would
per
definitely
movie,
like to see some more like urban, like city warfare.
So
type
Coruscant,
stuff. Maybe
whatever. Yeah. There's not many more areas to go.
Cloud City.
I said that right out the gate.
Bespin.
Oh, that's Bespin?
Yeah, Bespin, yeah.
How many moons are there?
All right. So, next show, probably best of 2015, maybe, if we end up doing that.
Maybe.
I know, looking ahead to big releases that are coming out, in January, we've got The Witness, which I am psyched for. And then XCOM 2, Street Fighter 5, Far Cry Primal, and Plants vs. Zombie Garden Warfare 2.
Woo! When's that come out?
February 23rd.
Oh, stoked. It's going to be a good one.
And then Uncharted in March. Can't wait for that. Okay.
Pretty light.
So thanks, Dax and Jay, for joining us once again. Where can people find you online on the social media?
Find me anywhere, D__GEE. That's me. So Instagram, follow me there for sure. Just type D__GE on Google and you'll find where you can hit me. So Twitter, Instagram, Facebook.
Okay.
And I'm at JCheel on Twitter, and I think it's J_W_Cheel at Instagram.
Do you want to plug the new website?
Oh, www.jcheel.com, where you can check out some of my work. I've got a contact form on there if you want to send me some spam mail.
All right. And
When's the movie come out? Do you know yet?
Hopefully next year, early first quarter next year sometime.
And we're going to have a movie night, you said?
Oh, yeah, we can have one as soon as you're available, bud.
You send out an email and I'm over there with some poutine.
All right.
All right, so check out our Facebook page, facebook.com/GameJunk, and you can follow Frank at Dirty Frank, 3 Hours and Dirty, Huck City at My Angry Commute. You've actually got a commute again.
I know. What the hell?
And I'm at Film Junk. Until next time, we'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Suddenly, Frank's not feeling sick anymore.
I know. He was a bag of bones on the way up here.
Something like that.
I'm feeling so sick.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, dude.
Can you get
There's
it?
some large Disney reward points in your throat.